Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for what is it now? Thursday, October the 17th. Sorry, guys. It was the 16th for some reason. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You can hear me, and I'm waiting for Cordy. There you are. Okay, guys. So both rooms can hear me loud and clear and see my screen. Okay. So what? It's interesting. I was just watching these SMR plays. Call them the SMR plays, okay? I mean, I know there's the symbol SMR, but the small modular reactors, okay? And they were all taking a hit at the same time. Look at SMR. I don't have to put NNE up or OKLO up. They were all doing the same thing. I was wondering if there's anything happening, but let's see if these rebound. But they were all doing exactly the same thing. By the way, Mark, I read your comment. That's exactly why I don't really pay that much attention to level two. You know, and you just talked about major bids coming in and then they get yanked. I don't trust level two at all. But anyway, let's see now. NIX, NIXX. Look at the ones that are romping this morning. So, company provided updates on the business, including its acquisition strategy, et cetera, et cetera. So, low float, of course, 3 million in the float. Huge move up already, 248%. This is the one that is, I saw these press releases and I thought they're kind of weird, but anyway, TVGN. Investors congratulate on prestigious recognition of pioneer and biopharma business model, breakthrough innovations, building assets estimated to exceed $10 billion. So that's, of course, you know, you put $10 billion in a press release, that's going to be eye-catching. But the other one is thanking, again, the company thanking Warren Township for the proclamation honoring the CEO for his Nobel Peace Prize nomination. Okay. Hmm. Welcome back, Dave. That hip makes it feel good for you. Look at the market, guys. By the way, pre-market, look at this market. The SPY, STAF, STAF, STAF. If there's any news on this one, up 214%, 13 million shares, less than a million in the float. Oops, sorry, I don't have, no, I don't see any news. I don't see any news on STAF whatsoever. Probably there's something out there. Give me one moment, I want to make sure. Nope, I don't see anything on staff other than, you know, again, another low floater. I don't really see any specific news on it though. Yeah, TSM. Well, didn't they have, was it TSM an earnings play? And didn't they have spectacular earnings? Yeah, TSM. No, I didn't have it on my list because it's outside the price range that I normally look at. But yeah, look at TSM. Lifetime high now for TSM. I remember when they got hit hard a few weeks ago. I think this week right here, down to 134. Right back up to 203 now. Amazing. Hmm. Pixie. Let's see what Pixie is doing now. I don't see more than. All right, this is the another eye-catching press release. All right, they shifted more than triples on a $150 million deal for AI firm TurboScale. So they're going to buy this company, really. So where are they getting 150 million? They're getting 75 million, paying 75 million in stock and 75 million in debt. All right. Well, okay. Anyway, there you go. There's Pixie, real low float, crazy low float. Done several reverse splits. Just yeah, SMSI, sorry, SMCI. I just was have that on my list. I want to see if it's breaking 50. Yeah, just at 50 right now. I mean, look at the room it's got, guys. And it really can hold 50. Next high looking left on the daily chart is up here around 56. So if SMCI can really hold 50, this could get rocking. Bria, right here. Bria up 98%. Let's see, it's pulled back a lot though. So yeah, pulled back from 218 down to 139. I am trying to find some news on this one. I can't find any news. Again, another low float out of Ireland, right? Ireland, yes, for tax purposes. So there are some earnings plays, guys. WNS. WNS is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. The volume will pick up. Not a lot of volume yet, but it's an earnings play down 8%, 8.5%. VSME up 59%, and but another one. Look at how that's a big, big pullback. 620. Yeah, it's a big, big pullback. RTO. Yeah, RTO is an earnings play. Again, not a lot of volume, but it is an earnings play. Real spotty looking 5-minute chart. SLQT, let's see, did it hold its gains? Yes, it did. The SLQT has held its gains so far. So through the 200-day moving average, see if there's any news in this. After the company announced it completed the first phase of its recapitalization with a $100 million securitization transaction. All right. And through the 200-day moving average, the next high looking left, you can see right there, is 268. So it's almost right there. The last through that, the next high on the daily chart anyway, is 366. So it's got some room, and it's probably a low float. Actually, it's not a low float, 135 million. I don't know if that float is correct. What about Jivo from our YouTube room? What about Jivo? Here's Jivo right here, up 36%. Another one that's, let's see, where's the high? 227. It's pulled back a little bit, trading higher after the company announced it's secured. Okay, another one of these companies that are getting these loans from, well, this one from the DOE, Department of Energy, conditional commitment loan of $1.46 billion for its net zero one, etc. So, I mean, obviously, another eye-catching press release. And that is for Jivo. Jivo was not a low float. That's what makes it, doubly impressive, really. 36% with that float, up 36% with that float. Well, all about fish. I hope you make a ton of money on it. From our YouTube room. Take a look on a monthly chart. Where could it keep going? Next high in a monthly chart looks like it's around 368. So that monthly high is 306, and you can see it's right there at 308. So the next high in the monthly chart, again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but looks like it's actually 373. So there is a little bit of room still, well, quite a bit of room if it wants to, approach that monthly high. Look at some of these earnings plays, guys. So the Iridium, I didn't, I think I had it on my list, but Iridium, not a lot of volume yet. All these volumes will definitely pick up. Now, Iridium, yeah, it's got a ways to go on it, but there's 32.29, not that far away. If somehow it can take out 32.29, look at the weekly chart. Look at the room it's got. Keep going. And Alcoa, yeah, Alcoa released yesterday after hours. It's actually dropping quite a bit. I mean, it got as high as actually that's a pretty big drop. And after hours, it released earnings, Alcoa AA, and it got up to about 46.40, and it dropped basically $4 this morning. Well, from the high there, still up a little bit, but it definitely faded from the highs after hours yesterday. You guys recognize all these? STEC, ATNF, Duo, AIFF, all these high flyers from before, Drug, PRQR, all these high flyers. Basically, now really get look at Lucid. My goodness, Lucid. I think they did. Yeah, they're doing a stock offering, and they're raising $1.67 billion. Cash strapped, 262 million shares. Wow. I mean, the float is 896, so they're going to add another 262 or so. Maybe not quite all that, but I mean, look at company is how can they survive? I mean, amazing. 1.67 billion they're trying to raise. Well, SMCI, the next high, I think, what didn't I say about 56? Let me refresh my memory here just by looking at the chart. Yeah, about 56 is the next high. So you can just see, I mean, this on the daily chart, you can see all of this can get wiped out if it can maintain over 50. And the next high is yeah, just about 56, 55.70. I think it's getting there, of course, but obviously propped up a lot. The semis are booming this morning. I probably TSM. I mean, that's just a great release. Look, I mean, that's a big move. 5 billion in the float. 5 billion in the float, and up to be up 8% on earnings. All-time high now for TSM. But I mean, this. Do you remember this? I mean, this week right here was pretty devastating. It went from 166 down to 133. Look at the recovery. Like it didn't even happen. Now, guys, on a personal note, I don't know if this means anything at all. Normally, I get my Gillette razor blades from Amazon. I've been doing that for several years now, and they were supposed to come today. I got a note from Amazon. I'm assuming it's real. I will check my account. They say we cannot supply them. There's no more left in stock. These are Gillette razor blades. I don't know if that's a precursor, guys. SGD. So now, remember what happened with this one 2 days ago? This got up to SGG got all the way up to about 661, but look where it closed right down here at 335. So that was a massive pullback. So it's above that close now of 2 days ago, but it's one of these really low float ones. Releases letter. So another one of these companies releasing letters to the shareholder. We have been disappointed to see this recent trading in this stock after the split, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's SGD, another one of these guys. I can't remember. There have been a few now. You know, the CEO comes out with a big letter to the shareholders. I'll give you my address, Mike. Yes, I have to make sure it was really from Amazon, but it seems like it is. But I'm surprised. That's all. How can Gillette razor blades be in short supply? All right, guys. Now the market is in for another, well, rip. Little rip here, and pulling back up just a little bit. Let's take a look at the major sectors. But I'm not even going to. All I really want to look at is XLE and XRT. I want to see energy. XLE, what is it doing? So you can see this is still flirting with the 200-day moving average. Okay. So you can see that if you can see my screen, the daily chart, that green line on my daily chart, that's the 200-day moving average. You can see, it's still kind of flirting with it. And then XRT was the other one that was relatively close. But now look at this, moving away ahead of the holiday season, guys. Oops. Okay, this happens every now and then. I just have to do a reset. Come on. There we go. All right, I think MTEM, this is under a dollar. That's why I didn't really talk about it. But if you're into those stocks, yeah, it's under a dollar. I think UPXI is another one under a dollar. Yeah, another one. No, it isn't. I'm sorry. But it had a big pullback. It's still at 42%, but this pullback from the highs pre-market. I mean, I don't know why it got up to. I mean, on volume too. Don't know what happened here, guys. Have no explanation for this one. UPXI. I mean, there was volume. There was 200,000, 850,000 shares on this move up. Now, I don't know how many shares were up here. Sold, but or bought, sold $11. I don't know what happened here. VWAP is 150 for TVGN, so it's kind of at the VWAP area right now. So again, just find it so strange. Okay, so their CEO being honored with a prestigious proclamation by Township of Warren, New Jersey, in recognition of their Nobel Prize nomination for pioneering business model to alleviate health inequality, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, and then of course you put $10 billion into this press release. You know, I don't know what to really make, but let's see if it takes out the high. Not, and it's not a crazy low float. I mean, it's 20 million in the float. Don't have draw here today. Unfortunately, I had to go to his cousin's funeral. So what I'm going to do, I don't mean unfortunately for us. Now I have to. I'm just unfortunately for him. Yeah, that is the float. Yeah, 21 million in the float for TVGN. So it's not one of the crazy low floaters. Probably, yeah. I mean, pure BS, probably. But again, it's the headline catching, and all we're trying to do is capture it on that day. See if we can. It wants to keep running, but as I pointed out, look at all those high flyers earlier this week. STEC yesterday, ATNF, VS. Um, Where's drug is on here, drugs on here, PRQR. I mean, these AIFF, they don't last unless they've got typically unless they've got some stupendous news. Exactly. Exactly, FinFran Forever. It's $1 million question. What is going to be today's runner? We could even look at, like, I have no idea what's going to be like today's UAL. I mean, UAL was just so awesome yesterday. Didn't trade it at all. It was an earnings play yesterday. And look what it did on the 15-minute chart. I mean, if you can see my screen there, there's the opening 15-minute bar. And look what it did all day, all day, all day. And then even at 2 o'clock, it had a big pop up. I'm not sure what happened there. But I mean, this went from $65 and then on that pop all the way to 77. But very orderly. Even if you discount this, I don't know what happened here. Discount this, I mean, that was just beautiful all day long. All right, now that's why I've resurrected my gap continuation or reversal scanner because, stocks like that, I might have to up my price range on it, but, and it doesn't start working until 15 minutes in. That's by design for me, and we'll show it to you guys later. I don't have it up and running yet because that's when you can start to see some stocks that just keep going. Morgan Stanley, Penny says in our YouTube room that Morgan Stanley just raised the price target for United UAL to $88. All right, let's take a look at OKLO and see if it has recovered at all. Yeah, I mean, so SMR, NNE all had the same bar. It's now starting to recover again. I thought maybe there was some news that was hitting these. But I guess not. CNC is starting to move down here, guys. CNC, wow. It's not an earnings play that I can see, no. Elevant stock dies on guidance cut. Okay, so it's not an earnings play. I don't know when they release. October 25th. Okay, so next week they release, but they're kind of giving us a little glimpse as to, you know what? All right, I have to see if this is actually an earnings release right now, like a true one. It looks like it could be. Okay, it looks like it could be actually. We have it on the next week. Sometimes they sort of release preliminary data. It looks like this is pretty official right now, and it's all about guidance too. So there's CNC guys. Look at that gap down, and look left on the weekly chart. I mean, the weekly chart, the next low looking left. Well, here's a low right here, 63.45. So it's actually below that low. Let me take a look on a monthly chart. So you can see on that month right there, that's the same as the week. And so the next low is around 60.50. So there's still room underneath. Boy, but can this low right there on the month, can that hold it? And maybe it down. That's a big float that I'm hearing, and it's making its way down still. So this is, I guess, a bona fide earnings play. All right, guys, want to get the layout that I'm using once this market opens up and running. So give me a moment as I get rid of this layout. Save it. Always save. All right, guys, I've got it up and running now. So nothing, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. You know what, William? I did see EELV when I was looking at that press release. You might be right. I'm sorry, my bad. I mean, I'm seeing CNC now. I do see up here. I should have read this a little more closely. Okay, so wow, 79% drop? Was that a dollar drop? So, excuse me, but I guess in sympathy, obviously in sympathy, let me take a look at ELV. I don't see this one anywhere. We just take a look at ELV. Maybe it's because it's outside my price range. ELV. Yeah, it's outside my price range. That's why I don't see it. But yeah, I'm sorry. So this is a sympathy play. So CNC is a sympathy play with this one being a thumb down, $81, 16%. So excuse me. Thank you, William, for pointing that out. So CNC actually, so they do release next week, but dropping in sympathy with this ELV. Give me one moment, guys. I'm trying to load one scan. Give me one moment, guys. Just trying to load something here. Time's it now. I got 30 seconds to the open, guys. Well, when it opens, let's have a great trading day. All right, we're now open, guys. So again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Zuo, not Duo, but Zuo. Didn't see this one in the free market. ZUO. So that another one that popped way up here, 1258, came all the way back down to 960. So Pixie's making a market high. The pre-market high is way up here at 1950. First halt of the day, the aforementioned Pixie guys, PIXY, just got halted. TVGN making a market high. There's the pre-market high up here, 191. So when I say market high, I'm talking about market hours, 9:30 to 4 Eastern time, of course. NIX is trying to come back a bit. NIXX, again, big pullback from about 12 down to 7. So they actually now have they actually have some news about some company that they're going to look at buying, a letter of intent to acquire this company. Okay. All right. AMLX now. AMLX just got halted. Ooh, on the way down. So forget about that one. So market open, big strong open. Dow's up, NAS is up, SPY's up. CLOV is having a bit of a day now. Okay, CLOV. And again, this is all early. Okay, guys. So this is a wow. Look at LEU, guys. So another call. If I say SMR, I better not because you're going to think I'm talking about the symbol. Small modular reactors. Okay. Well, I'm just going to say nuclear. Okay, all to do with nuclear. LEU. Had a huge day yesterday with the rest of them. Let's see now if take a look at OKLO, see if it's recovered. No. So this is not recovered. LEU, boy, this is just ripping here, guys. Let's take a look at SMR, see if it's recovering. It looks like the little guys are not, and NNE. Yeah, not really. Look at these opening bars here. Now look at the opening bar. There's SPY. Still up 2.8, but look at the opening bar now. Now this is the one I got knocked out of yesterday. Look at this. Well, yeah, basically flat. This was look at this now. Look at that break. That's what we're talking about right here. My goodness. Ah, why didn't you do this yesterday for me? We took this, well, I took it on the break of 16, just a little over 16, and a little bit of profit, and then it started moving back down to 16, got out of it. Look at this move now. Look at this. Now look at the SPY move here. Interesting. Look at this move for AL. Wow. Right into the 200-day moving average now. Right into it. In my daily chart, you see that green line? That's the 200-day moving average. So it's right into it. All right, guys. Well, here's Iridium now. Iridium is IRDM. IRDM is an earnings play. The next high looking left on the weekly chart, 3230. So it's right there. And we can take that. Wow, look at this market. Interesting. Now, I check my economic calendar to see if there's anything of note. Actually, there's a lot of things that happened this morning. I didn't really see. Yeah, the market reacted well. We had 8:30. We had jobless claims. 8:30. We had retail sales. 8:30. We had the Philly Fed business outlook. 9:15. We had the industrial production. Okay, so we're past all that. 10 o'clock. We've got business inventories. 10 o'clock. We've got the housing market index. I don't, you don't have to remember all this, but at 10 o'clock, certainly we've got a couple of things that could affect the market. Okay. Well, I'd be holding off going long anything right now, just based on on this little move down. Yeah, Pixie halted on the way down now, and the outlook looks not good. Halted at 12:38, 11:26. Again, blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. It's interactive brokers, time and sales. Well, okay, Bria just got halted. My guess is halted on the way down. No, actually halted on the way up, but it was fading badly. This in the after hours, it got up to 279, almost right back down to a dollar. It did get halted on the way up. Staff was halted. Okay, got halted on the way up, I guess. But now it's resumed. Okay, is this an IPO? No, this is a SPAC, guys. I think. Yeah. Okay, this is this. It's either Singapore or China, guys. Okay, SFHG is either Singapore or China. IPO, I guess this week at the high now. Give me KMI. Kinder Morgan is wow, look at this earnings play. Kinder Morgan, KMI is an earnings play, wiping all this out on the weekly chart. Big opening bar. See on the monthly chart, what did it keep going? Well, I mean, this is not a lifetime high, but let's take a look at where is that lifetime high. See if I can even find it. If it even matters. You know what? I got to go. I don't know how many years I got to have to go back, but I'm back to 2020 now. I'm back to 2019. You know what? Who cares? It's not a lifetime high, but there's no real resistance anytime soon. Lithium play, LAC. Guys are talking about SoundHound. SOUN. I did see it flash on my momentum scan. Yeah. So the next high looking left, 561. That's a couple of days ago. Yeah. Generative AI. SoundHound AI brings voice assistant with generative AI to Lancia vehicles. Many countries in Europe. Uranium plays are so strong, quadruple U. This is not a uranium play, but this also showed up on my scanner, USAP. All right, guys. So staff, what did they get halted at? Yeah, this is one I probably should have taken. 462. So let's see, did it get down? No, I don't know if it got down below 462 when it came out of its halt, though. Yeah, well, let's see if Iridium, you can see, looking left on that monthly chart, 32.25. So it's above that. So the next high on a monthly chart anyway is 36.72. Yeah, so it has room. Hey, it's actually an AI play also. AI, RAI. As well as Whole 33 guys for Iridium. It's an earnings play. What's the float? It's not a crazy high float, 104. It's certainly not low. Let's see, I'm just watching to see how well it holds 33 guys. Very well, held 33 really well. I like to see that spread tighten up a little bit. Okay, I think we've got a winner now, guys, for the Iridium. Okay, guys, I'm out some. In case it cannot get through that whole number of 34, I want to take some off. But it looks like it's going to. 33.93, 34. I was just hoping that that spread would tighten up a bit. For $33 stock, it's not terrible. All right, nice one from our AI guy. So this is what I'm talking about, okay? So we talked about this in the pre-market. Iridium was an earnings play. We knew about it. And then this showed up on our AI. So that gave me a little more confidence to really take a look at it. And boom. But again, I've taken some off just underneath 34. All right, let's take a look at some of these other ones. UPXI. Now, this UPXI, I don't get at all. I mean, on some volume, but I have no idea how much volume was actually up here at $11, but it did get up to $11 in the pre-market and fell. I mean, it's still up 49%. And that's the UPXI, guys. I mean, I don't know what's going on with this one. All right, guys. So you can see my momentum scan also. Iridium was showing up here. Okay, showing up here. And on the other race, it's showing up here. Well, you can't see it now. Can you still see it? No, was it? Well, there it is, right at the top here. Okay, so iridium all over the scanners right now, and of course also earnings play. Boy, this I mean, I'm surprised that it's moving as well as it is. Iridium. This is kind of what we're looking for today to see if we get sort of a UAL type move and something like some stock that has released earnings. But United Airlines, I mean, lots and lots of people, of course, know about that. I don't think obviously not as many know about Iridium. Meanwhile, there's another one from our AI guys. I did not take this one. This is the LEU. This is the LEU, almost a lifetime high. I don't know. I don't know where we'd have to go back to see that lifetime high, but you can see 98% in green. That means it's basically a lifetime high. Don't know where we'd have to go and find that, but nowhere, nowhere. Look at this. I mean, this week, $60.87. Again, this is the nuclear sector. Okay. Wow, what a move on this iridium still. Well, 35 now. You can get out over 35. Watching the time and sales now. This is iridium. You can't see the symbol, but it is 34.86, 34.90, 34.10, 34.95, 34.10, 35.10. So just come on, break through 35. All right, guys, Fold on the move. Amicus Therapeutics. Used to see this one a lot. Fold is on the move here, but I look at that probably a little too close. All right, guys, I've taken some more. I don't have very much left of the iridium. I have I don't know if it's going to get through 35. So I'm taking most of uh, most of it off, holding just a little bit in case it does get through 35. But I think 36. Didn't we say 36 was the next high on a monthly chart? Didn't we say 36 was the next high? A little over 36. So there it is, 36, 52. So it's getting closer and closer to that high. Yeah, I see. I'm seeing VEKE is on the way down here, China stock. So let's take a look at PWeb. And on a weekly chart, yeah, yeah. So look at this. What's happened with? So it had that big run. on the hint of stimulus, and then maybe it's then they're market worrying right here. Maybe it's not going to be as good, or is it even going to happen? Now, China has been dropping ever since then. Excuse me. What's happening with this market? So, excuse me, two down bars now trying to recover. Market is still up. Dow's up. Nas is up. SPY is up. Yeah, some pretty rocky action with SMR, NNE, and OKLO so far this morning. Okay, kind of real choppy action. Not like yesterday. Yesterday, all three of those were basically straight up. All right, so this BRIA has been halted, resumed several times, and it just got halted again. BREA just got halted again. Capri or Capricorn is on the move, guys. CAPR is on the move. CAPR on the move. Trying to come back. It's still down for the day, over $20. And a high flyer the last few weeks, to say the least. One, two, three, 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, this was about a $5 stock. Yesterday, it got up to 23. Oh, I think Shady. I think you're in the PHUN. Well, IRDM may be proving me wrong. I still have just a little bit left. Want to see if it maybe has a shot to get to the 36 level now. Sitting at 35.30 now for IRDM. Excuse me. Fun PHUN. Wainwright's getting into the act here. Okay, so Wainwright maintaining a buy rating and raising its price target from 7 to 9. So that's obviously helping fund PHUN. I see staff is trying to, yeah, I want to say come back a bit. This TAF. Boy, this has been another just great move. LEU, great move. Nuclear stock. Boy, I mentioned Fold. I have this is on a 10-day daily breakout. So what I've done is I resurrected this one also, the 10-day daily breakout. I will watch that one now. Now that we're in earnings season, okay. I don't have the breakdown. I think I'm just going to concentrate on the breakouts right now. And you can see there is Iridium also right there. And again, it's one of the ones I am sharing on my homepage. So it looks like these healthcare stocks are taking a hit because of that. What was it again? EVL or whatever it was. Real expensive stock. So it looks like these healthcare stocks are taking a hit. The Evolent, yeah, Evolent is really dragging down a lot of these healthcare stocks. Boy, look at EVH, guys. I mean, there's a low looking left on the weekly, and it's below that. The next low looking left is 1996. There's a lot of room underneath for EVH on a short. If you're looking at a short, yeah, PRQR. You're right. PRQR is on the move. Just took out yesterday's high. Well, Iridium still holding over 35. Still holding over 35. IRDM. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Boy, guys, Iridium is still strong. Man, I'm gonna have to really start to pay attention to these going now, guys. I mean, look at the fold. So this is a don't repeat version of the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, so this is telling me the first time I had the alert. Okay, so I'm looking at fold here at 11:29, 11:79 now. So yeah, I may have to delete a couple of scans because I don't want too many coming at me. Yeah, these nuclear stocks are getting nuked today, guys. They're not. I don't know if just overall profit taking or what the issue is exactly, but this is now down. I mean, that's down 17%. NNE is down 17%. Yeah, that's a big move. And let's take a look at SMR. I don't know if it's just pure profit taking or okay. So NNE is certainly worse than SMR, which is only down 1.3%. And then OKLO is OKLO is down 11% also. So right now, SMR is the best of the three in terms of not being down as much. Yeah, I'm going to have to delete this out of my memory here. This UPXI, this is way too dangerous. I don't understand. Well, look at that. Yeah, PRQR beauty. went positive, was negative this morning. You can see right down here was negative. All right, I have to see if I've got a sound alert on this. I don't have a sound alert. I better put one. All right, I've got my sound alert set for this one now. All right, guys, this I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Sax Parente Golf. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Yeah, so it's just a 10-day daily breakout. Okay. Don't repeat means I only want to see it the first time, and that's it. Not over and over and over again. So I can kind of go back and check to see what happens from the alert. But it's I'm sharing it. This is what I'm looking at. Okay. It's got to be above the 10-day high with other filters in place. Big current volume, relative volume of 8, so I'm not going to get too many, but I'm sharing it. Yeah, this NNE, guys, I mean, this is getting really thumped. Down now 17%. Next low looking left on the daily chart is 1574. Iridium is still holding over 35. I think it may have run out of steam right now, but we'll see. Look at fold. Definitely tomorrow. I'm going to pay a lot of attention to the 10-day daily breakout now. As we get more and more earnings plays and things like that. So, usually I wait till about 10:15, but I think I'll go over my homepage, right? Look at Fold. My goodness. I don't know if there's any news on this one. Enters into a license agreement with Tiva. Okay, that was the news then for Fold. So let me go over my homepage and hang on for a bit because I'm going to go over the scans that I'm currently sharing, including that 10-day daily breakout. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, first of all, this is what you're going to see right at the very top. There's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year using Barry15 as your promo code. All I ask is this: if at any time in the future you want to take out a subscription, please use my code. It goes a long ways to keeping the room free. It's really that simple, okay? If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos starting off with a download and install. First startup and login. Scroll down a little bit. introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, two main aspects of trade ideas. Okay, so you must do this. It says, I wouldn't look at doc layout. Okay, I mean, I don't know why it's really in this top 10, because I think it's sort of a bit of an advanced topic and it's not necessary. But you can take a look at it, but I wouldn't worry that much about or spend that much time on it. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is a series of video designed especially for you. Okay? Trading 101. And it's all free, about 38 videos. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Should mention that. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Our education section is here. And here's our user guide. There's that getting started again. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock racing. You notice I'm running a stock race right here. Here's how you can set up your own with your own set of parameters. But I'm going to go over this race right here. Price alerts. I put price alerts on charts all the time. And watch list. If you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. Much more information, of course, is in the user guide. You do not have to learn everything. Getting started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders from Trade Ideas takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that before I take my break. Last, if you're looking for my scans, so you click on my homepage link, all you have to do is scroll down, middle section. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So here are the ones that you can actually see, okay? The start of the race, biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Pulse resumes is over here. The relative strength leaders is here. Yours might look a little bit different. You might have 20 symbols instead of 6. It's up to you. This is the upside movers versus downside movers is down here. Now, as I said, here is the 10-day daily breakout. Where are you? The don't repeat version is right here, okay? Not going to get too many alerts over the course of the day. Most of them are going to be within the first, probably within the first half hour. And again, it's a don't repeat version, so you can go back in time and check to see, well, what did it do from that alert? If you want the repeating version, this is it. And your daily breakout, in which case you get the stock like you get pulled over and over again as it kept making new highs. Okay, and I'm also sharing the momentum scan, which is here. I'll go over this one. Okay, so and I also have a large cap gainers race, which is right here, the large cap race right here. But I have a lot of other scans that I'm currently sharing, so you can take a look at them. I do not have them all up and running at the same time. That'd be overkill, okay? You guys, well, as you can see, the iridium, looks like that 35.50 mark was about it, so I'm completely out of it now, guys. All right, now, excuse me, just to explain what Trade Ideas is all about. And first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Not quite 3 p.m. Okay, not quite. Sometime between 2:30 and 3 is when I usually switch off. However, the main room is still open until usually 4, under no obligation by William or Draw, but they seem to want to keep the room open till 4. So I'll find out today what their schedule is like. And what I mean by that is that when I take off, the main room will still be open. There'll be no screen sharing or somebody talking, but you can still converse amongst fellow traders. Okay. YouTube, I do have to shut down completely. So, what is Trade Ideas? We are really, really good at real time alert scanning. So, let me explain what that means. I'll use this momentum scan as a demonstration of what we're really, really good at. So, I've right clicked on the scan, I click on summary. This is telling me what the scan is looking for. All right. So, this is the screening aspect. Of course, we're a screener, but we're also a real time alert scanner. A lot of screening programs out there. Nothing wrong with the screening program, but we just take it another step. So you can have sort of the best of both worlds. You can have screening, and you can also have real-time alerting. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This is what I call a momentum scan. So the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing Pixie right now. Pixie coming back. Okay. Every time Pixie's making a new high, we're getting a real-time alert because it's also satisfying all of these filter requirements. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. This is on my homepage. It's called Momo. There's Pixie again making a new high. But if you want to make a change to it, of course you can. If you don't like the price range or something else about it, or maybe you want to add a filter, go ahead. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. If you want to make your own scans from scratch, you can do that too. So when I click on search, right at the very top, these are the start of all the real-time alerts that we've got. Two most popular ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. All right. But as you can see, as I scroll down, look at Pixie continuing to make new high after new high. So as I scroll down, you can see we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, when I get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. So please, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get overwhelmed by this, okay? Don't think, my goodness, this is way too hard. I'm going to learn all these. Well, the good news is you don't have to, okay? This hopefully this makes perfect sense. Is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously, then they had to create different real-time alerts and all those filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so you don't have to learn them all. If you're used to trading, what I would do is just probably scroll down and you might see something. I know what that means. A 25% pullback from the open. I know what that means. Maybe I'll try that. Okay. But if you're new to trading, don't worry about all this. Okay. Now for instance, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's it for me. And a handful of the screens of the filters. That doesn't mean that the rest of the ones I don't use are no good. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Your trading style may be very different. The NUZE trying to crack one. So this is a support room also, guys. Okay, so it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. I will do my best to answer any questions that come through here. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer that one, but I will be able to direct you to the correct parties. Okay. Well, here's a nice one, guys. Another earnings play. Okay, could be one of those ones that just has a nice day all day. It's a pretty big float, 114 million in the float. This is CMC. So let's take a look left on that weekly chart, and the next high looking left is 56.23. It just broke it. It just got a little bit above it, and so when you look left now, the next high is 61.37. So there is a ton of room. I don't mean it's going to get there. Okay, but at least we've taken out that weekly high, which will not, but you can see it is, what's the spread like right now? I mean, the spread's not terrible for a $59 stock, but I'd probably wait to see if it really took this out. Maybe put a price alert right around 56.40 and see if it does take it out. It is an earnings play. And look at Iridium now, guys. So you've got to take profit, okay? You cannot just wander away, even if it's, I mean, you've got to take some profit on these. Now, I do see that staff was also on AI alert, but I don't know for short, the 563. I don't know how many people had shorts available. I know I didn't at Interactive Brokers. All right, PRQR now is coming back, pulling back. There's the VWAP at 415, so it's sitting right up over the VWAP. Okay, over this race. Okay, this biggest gain is from the start of the race, and the whole concept of racing. Because yes, I'm somebody who likes to see stocks that are near the high or the low of the day. But you can use this race to find stocks that are starting to move or even have pulled back. Okay, and let me explain all that. So in this race, I'm running a 4 minute race. Usually takes 30 seconds before we start seeing some action in the race. I'm going to wait until 3:30, 30 seconds in. And again, you can, I like running 4 minute races. You can pick whatever time frame you want. So PRQR. So what does this mean? 3.2%. What does that mean? That means that since the race started, PRQR has moved 3.2%. That's not a big move on a dollar, it's only a few pennies. But that's what that means, 3.2%. You can see right there, you can see what it did, and that is since the race started. So what happens is that automatically for you, is a top 10 list, use that NUZE now, it's taken over the top spot. Automatically for you is a top 10 list that has been created, will be created. You'll see where we've got 7 right now. Eventually there'll be 10 stocks in here. And it's made up of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that Staff has won 3 races, Bria 2, etc. So how I would be using this is that if you see anything that's in here right now, I would click on it. There's Shady's Fund, PHUN. Now I don't know if he took some profit. He must have. That went up from 745 all the way down to a dollar drop. But anyway, there's PHUN. Okay, so you click on it, see what's happening. What's the VWAP? 688, sort of at the VWAP area. So that's what I mean. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, or maybe it's coming into a moving average that you like, click on the symbols that you see here and the ones that have made the top 10. Now, eventually in this top 10 list, this gives you some focus. You can just concentrate on these stocks all day long if you want. And here's another one at the VWAP 143. It got into the VWAP and held. If you're a VWAP type player, you can see how you can kind of use, these and just to see what's happening. You don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a stock. Okay. So why are we seeing these stocks here? Like what makes these special? Well, all races start from a top list. Wow, look at this NUZE. I usually, sort of mentally discount these ones that, were under a dollar and then get to a dollar. But look at this, NUZE is just ripping now. So if you took this one, the next high is 134 on the weekly chart. What do they do? Functional beverage product. Okay, single serve pour, drip kit, etc. Okay, coffee and tea manufacturing sector. So why are these stocks showing up? So again, as I said, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this race, look what I can do, open the top list. And this will be probably jam packed. Yeah, so there's a lot of stocks in this top list window. So why are these in here? So if I right click and I click on configure, what I want to see in this top list window, there's stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, and it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, so if the stocks meet those filter requirements, then they're going to show up in this list. Now, before we had races, and also you can still use a top list in this fashion if you want. You can sort on any column header that you have, okay? As long as you have the column header. So notice I've got the change from the close percent. So the change from whatever closed at 4 o'clock yesterday. If I double lift click rapidly, NUZE is up 226%, staff is 208, etc., all the way down this list. If I want to see the stocks that that are up the most from the opening trade of the day, as long as I have the column header, I can do it. Change from the open. I will left click and use ZE also 143%, TWG 25%, etc. So again, maybe nice information to know. But what if you wanted to see some stock that is just starting to move now? You don't care about the ones that are right to the top. Some stock that is really starting to move now. So that's what the race does. For instance, we saw quadruple U earlier. Right now, it's only up 1.9% from the open. Okay. What if quadruple U all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it just started to move? It's 2%, 3%, 5%, 10% from the open. Okay. How would you ever know that? And I just picked on that one. How would you ever know any stock is doing that? Well, you could. I mean, it's impossible to see some stock that is moving up this list. Not impossible, but ridiculous to just stare at a whole list of stocks like that. So why do that when you can let the race do it for you? And that's what the race does. The race doesn't care if the stock is way down here at the very bottom, just meeting the bare minimum of the filter requirements. It doesn't care. All it cares about is that it's on this list, and then is it starting to move? Where is TWG even on this list of stocks? Like near the top. Yeah, it's getting near the top, but this started off down here somewhere. So that's how you can use the race. Okay, you can find stocks that are now maybe starting to make a move because they get the question a lot. How do you find stocks before they make the big move? I'm not saying that a stock that is necessarily making a move here is going to continue moving, but at least sometimes you're going to find a stock that is not at the high of the day or the high of the open, anything like that. You can find a stock that is just starting to move. Notice that, and as I said before, all races start from a top list window. If I right click on this top list, notice launch real-time stock race. So hopefully it's dawning on you now that if you create your own top list, with the parameters that you like, you can create your own race from it. Okay. Now let me bring in this other race. Let me bring in this other race, okay, to demonstrate how because this is I mean, these can be a lot of fun. I use it very loosely. These stocks here can be very volatile. Okay, they can go up very quickly and down even more quickly. So yes, you get some big moves like 5%. Actually, that's a pretty big move here in this race right here. Wolf is up one. I know you guys, some of you were talking about it. Penny, I think, in our YouTube room, maybe others. So there's Wolf up 1.6%. Typically, you do not get major percentage moves in this race. Most of the time, you don't even get stocks that are moving up 1% and plus. But this Wolf is very active, EMVX. There's iridium even. It is starting to come back. And I'm gonna take a look at it. I wanna see if it pulled into a I'm not in it anymore. I wanna see if it pulled into a moving average or something. But the reason why you're not getting, the big percentage moves here usually is because I added 2 filters. And let's take a look at what I did. But you can see a top 10 list is created for you here also. If I right click, and I'm gonna open this top list. Here we go. This is a little more typical. Notice how small this list is compared to the list that's in here. The reason being is that if I right click, I'm going to show you 2 filters that I added. One is market cap has to be at least 500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million. So consequently, that's why this list is not going to be as big. And sometimes the list is pretty big, but the market probably has to be moving up. Market probably has to be moving. Come on. Well, I can't move. Sorry, my chart when I have this open. But at any rate, if I were new to trading, I would probably maybe take a look at this race instead of this one because this is a lot less volatile. Doesn't mean you're not going to get any volatility, but just by the nature of it, these can be a little, use the term easier to trade, but they're less volatile. Okay, just less volatile. So we'll probably get some more coming in here if the market starts to move higher again. But if it doesn't, and there's nothing wrong with a short list of stocks, nothing wrong at all. So again, I'm sharing this. All right, guys, definitely keeping an eye on the Despegar, okay? DSP. I want to see if this breaks 14. This just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout at 1022 at 1386, okay? And if we look left, well, we can see on the weekly chart, there's no issue. Well, let's take a look on a monthly chart. Yeah, I mean, it's got room, guys. I mean, 1476 on the monthly chart. That's the room it's got. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is the idea of looking left and seeing where it could go until it hits the next high, either on the daily, which you can't see. Couldn't see it on the weekly, so I turned to my monthly. So I'm just looking to see if it can take out 14. Ugh, so this got halted because of news, NCNC. What could possibly be the news other than we're going out of business? 10-cent stock, guys? So, I mean, I know this looks beautiful on our AI. I just don't know how many people had shorts available for staff. I know I never had them. Was William, how about E-Trade or Fidelity? Did not have, but there's a 37% move now if you had shorts available. Oris, I don't see, yeah, there it is. Thank you, RJ Rocker. So yeah, new IPO and priced at $4. So it's trading, so 1.75 million shares. And so a little bit of enthusiasm about this one, okay? Thank you for pointing that out. It did show up here. This is a quirk with our halt resumes. I would say that 90% of the time, if it's an IPO, it's going to show up as a resume, okay? Not all the time, and it wasn't designed that way. It's just a quirk. So this is halted, or it got halted. Yeah, it got halted. Wow, got up to 640. Now the only thing I don't know is what country. Doesn't usually tell me the country. So does anybody know off the top of their head if this is China or Singapore or non-USA? More than likely it is just based on the IPO price and the number of shares, but not all the time. Trying to think you, William. So yeah, I want to take a look at Iridium. The reason I want to see Iridium, did it want to race here, did not want to race there. Here, want to race on the other one, the large capper. I want to see where it pulled back to. 33.81. Okay, that was the VWAP. What did it pull to? Look at that. I mean, the VWAP is an area, an area. So look what it did. I mean, it got a little bit below the VWAP, not much. So you could say, okay, did that hold? And then you could have waited for the true VWAP rate, and maybe have taken that. Okay, if you're a VWAP type player. All right, guys, I took the DESPAR, the DESP. Okay, I took it. It just broke above 14. I'm basing it on this, the 10-day daily breakout. Just see how much it can run a little bit. I'm not looking to hold it all day by any stretch. If it breaks down underneath 14, I'll probably get out. Well, Penny, you couldn't get me to buy orders for all the tea in China. Uh-huh. I'm kidding, of course. Penny says that Oris's business is tea. No, I know it's called Oriental Rise. I just thought that Oriental was sort of not the right thing to say anymore. But I guess if they can name, if it's a Chinese company and they can name it Oriental, so what I'm doing with this one, believe it or not, I want to see if later on in the day it takes out the high of the day. Okay, that's all I want to see. Macy's, John, you're talking about Macy's, aren't you? Macy's has not come across my scanner in a long time, mainly because usually the relative volume is pretty low. Has earnings coming up about a month from now, November 14th. Only objects. So I could say I'm going to buy some, I don't know, an Oriental vase or a rug. Okay. Wow, guys. I mean, I have my bias, I have to remove that bias sometimes. Look at NUZE. I mean, this was 60 earlier today. This was a 38-cent stock, a 38-cent stock. Look at the volume. Man, And here's your news. Here's your big news. Okay. It moved its operations from California to Florida in order to develop its global business. That was your news for NUZE. 110 million shares have traded, 3.8 million in the float. Craziness. And it just got halted on the way up. Where could it open? Let's take a look on that. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers, guys. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen you see, Interactive Brokers, time and sales. There's the halt price for NUZE, and here is a glimpse as to where it may open. Does it have to open at 152? Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:41 plus 56 seconds. And you can see this number typically will fluctuate over the course of the halt. Has this been halted before? Yes, it's been halted before. So typically the first halt, what we've seen since we've had this halt resumes filter or alert, I think 4 years now or so. Typically, the first halt can be pretty good. In other words, when you see the halt price, that the column is typically above, or the prices are above the halt price. Okay, typically, not always. Second halt can be okay. It's usually the third halt when you see some profit taking. Again, that's not scientific. It's not, but that's kind of what we've been noticing. Meanwhile, DESP is moving a little bit for me. Okay, guys, I'm still here. I'm just watching to see if DESP can get into the 20s. What is the market doing? So the market is still in this, I want to move down mode. So what is happening overall? So the Dow has drifted down a bit, so it's still up 100. Nas is still up, the SPY is still up, but moving down, which kind of So I'm taking some off the DESP. Okay, I don't know how much it's affected by the overall market, but I don't like to see this. The market doesn't have to be like racing higher, but I just don't want to see the market continuing to move down. So I'm taking some off of the DESP and CMC. I had a price alert set for CMC right here. True, right there. So you can see why it's about that high in the weekly chart. All right, guys, I am just kind of pausing here, checking out some of my scans on my other monitor. You can see. Gotta check out XLE, guys. With the market starting to drift down, I want to see what XLE is doing. So it's still a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Not much, but it's still a little bit above. And NUZE just resumed and fell so far. Wow. This, I would encourage you maybe to load this one tomorrow, guys. Well, you can load it now, but probably not going to get too many for the balance of the day. Usually the breakouts are, within the first hour or the first half hour, really. But I'm liking it again. And Oris just took out a high, I guess. Took out the high. Wow, and it's just got halted. Now look what's happening. 826 potentially of the open. Okay, potentially. eFresh. Haven't seen this one for a while, guys. See this one quite a bit. EFSH. Problem is, when you look left, look at the couple of highs in the weekly chart, could easily stall it. So it becomes something I don't care about. It's showing up on my momentum scan. That's why I had to click on it. I didn't know what I was going to see until I clicked on it. I'm seeing Peggy on this PEGY volume coming in. PEGY next high on the daily chart is pretty close, 236. So again, and also look at the weekly chart. So the same thing. Oh, I'm sorry. This is I'm sorry. Peggy didn't load. There we go. So Peggy is right at the high here. 701 is the high on the daily chart. If it can break that, then the next high is wow way up here at 850. So I mean, it's got some room to keep moving if it wants to. And the reason this is up, I guess, announces lease termination for former Minnesota headquarters. So move expected to save $480,000. I guess for this company is a big deal. And look at it go. Look at it go just on that news. Peggy PEGY, probably a low float. 8.5 million, yes, low float. Did Peggy have a stock split, a reverse split today also? Penny, is that the one you're talking about in our YouTube room? Because in that float, oh, wow, 1 for 50? A 1 for 50 stock split today? Don't know why we're not seeing it in our headline news. These are things that we usually see. Because looking back, I just don't see that, and I don't see it in interact. I'm not doubting you, Peggy. I'm just saying I just don't see it in interactive brokers, because what that means is that the float. If that's a 1 for 50 reverse split today, that means that float is only about, I don't know, 100 and that's about 200,000 shares now in the float. So that's crazy because the splits. What day is it now? It's the 17th. Yeah. So these floats are usually adjusted twice a month, and it's not up to us. Okay. It's that is typical in the industry. We'll call it the 15th and the 30th. So if that is a 1 for 50 today, that means you just divide that 8.5 by 50. I want to go over to that website that usually, in a moment. Yeah, so they have adjusted it. Point 0.3, yeah, about 300,000 shares in the float, not 8.5 anymore. Just divide that by 50. Give me a moment, guys. Just give me one moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. All right. All right, guys. So DESB is not caring that much about what the market is doing now. Okay, that's encouraging. I did take some off, but it is not caring so much about what the market is doing. That was my concern. I mean, it's still, not doing badly, hanging in there. Well, guys, I mean, if you had shorts available for staff and you took it from our AI, you're laughing. That's a great look. It basically caught the high of the day, not the high in the pre-market, but the high of the day, and said enough is enough. And look at this. But I did not have shorts available. I think I asked William, did you have shorts available for E Trade, for staff on E Trade or Fidelity? Okay. Sure. Our AI is pretty active today. A lot of shorts. A lot of shorts. Unfortunately, most of those shorts, I just don't have shorts available. Fun I did. I didn't. Yeah, I should have. All right. So fun is a short now from our AI. Okay, 7:05. Wow, I was just gonna say. Meanwhile, NUZE doesn't appear to be completely done yet. Oh man, yeah. Well, it's too late for me now. Obviously, what I was really hoping for, okay, with the Horus, is that there was the high around $6, $7, that it would just kind of hang underneath that $7 range until maybe sometime in the afternoon, and then it would pop right through it. But unfortunately, it is not doing that for me. So now it's possible that it could even take out this high. I mean, looking at the time in sales right now, it says 9:12, so it's very easily could take out that high, but it's not. It's just gone a little too parabolic for me now. Chewy picking up steam, okay, from Penny in our YouTube room. Chewy, yeah, you're right. CHWY, not an earnings play, so let's see if there's any. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room on the daily for sure. 35, so not as much room, but 60 cents or so. Saw Ashby early, guys, and this is where it was, and now it's put in a new high of the day. Excuse me. Okay, now this is halted on the way down, I guess, and you said E is halted on the way down. Well, I got to ask the question in general: who had shorts available for staff? Because what a great alert! 563 now, 30. I mean, we're talking like this now. 45% move from that short, and that is from our AI. If you had shorts available. All right, guys. 11 o'clock in about an hour. I'll be taking my break, so check to see if it's going to be Steve Gomez taking over for me in about an hour in our YouTube room. So this could be one of those ones that has a late dayer, guys. Okay, the NIVF. I'm not saying it's going to, but it's pulled back. Let's see if it holds in this area. Maybe more like the 150 area later on, and then maybe later on in the afternoon, 1:30, 2 o'clock, get some volume and pops through that high because it obviously has room. Yesterday's high was way up here at 230. The high today is 160. So this is one of those ones that, in theory, could. No, I know, Penny. That's you know, it's just not available immediately for interactive brokers. But sometimes people with E Trade or Fidelity surprise me when they say they've got shorts available when IB doesn't. All right, guys, this is a gap down and reversal play right here. The SEDG is still down for the day, but trying to reverse. The high, well, you can see on the daily chart, yesterday's high is up here, not that far away. 1882, 1813. Obviously, if you took the trade right now and got anywhere close, that'd be great. But obviously, I don't know how close it's going to get. It could stop right now. But it is a gap down, and reversal. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the DESP, minor gain on it. Okay, I think the market is just against it right now. Okay, wasn't bad. Was hoping we'll get into the 30s, got into the 20s. All right. Out of curiosity, I'm not gonna get too many alerts. Typically, this one does not get that many alerts, but anyway, they don't repeat 10-day daily breakdown as opposed to the breakout. Typically, don't get too many alerts. and that is another one that I'm sharing on my homepage. I just want to check it out to see what sort of action we're getting. You mentioned somebody mentioned a firm a lot earlier getting hit because of why? Is it Apple or Amazon or okay? So you don't have shorts neither at Fidelity or E Trade for staff. Okay, thanks, William. Okay, guys, let's see now. So this in this very active scanner, I'm not getting too many new alerts here. 1056 is the last one, and that is for ASPI. It is now 11:03, almost 11:04. So this is a very active scanner, as you can see. So no new alerts. Well, guys, I'm very tempted on this PHUN short. Uh, didn't get it exactly where I wanted to, but let's see if this has any sort of a rundown. I'm surprised to see I had shorts available. Interactive Brokers about 250,000, and that is from our AI. Okay, I thought, well, why not? It's been pretty good with the staff and the eFresh, which I don't have shorts on either. But see if I can. These are just cheap shorts, and that's for the PHUN. The low today is 6. But I got to be careful because it's a very active stock, only 11 million in the float. So I'm not going to wander away from my computer on this one. But to see it get into the 70s or something, but it was basically right where I shorted it. Well, I hope you're right, John. Let's see if I don't think it has really too much to do with the market. These little ones usually don't care that much about what the market's doing. How do you find my scans? Okay, digital marketing profit in our YouTube room. Let me show you how you can find my scans. Okay, so I just put my homepage link in. Okay, so all you have to do is click on my link. Okay, click on that homepage link that I just put in. And one moment, give me one moment. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here and scroll down. The middle section are my scans. Okay, click here. Here are my scans. Okay, so here are all the scans that I'm currently sharing. I do not have them all up and running. But here are the ones that you can kind of see some of them that on this monitor here. I have some on my other monitors, but you can take a look at the scans. Anything appeals to you, you can take a look at it. Okay. So digital marketing, did I go too quickly? If I went too quickly, just let me know, okay? And I'm assuming you can hear me and you can see what I just did. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room right now. Ah, okay. I was just going to ask Steve. Maybe he's listening to me. So yeah, let me see Gomez today in our YouTube room in about 50 minutes when I take my break. Yeah, come on, front, not dynamic enough. I mean, it's plenty of volume. 5 million, 5.8 million, 11 times normal. It's just not, but I got to be very careful because I mean, this one is one of those emotional type stocks. Okay. So with that float, oh, good. Into the 70s now. All right, let's see if I can induce it downwards just a little bit here. Well, Shaw Iridium was a really nice one early. Iridium, IRDN, DM, that was a really nice one. Earnings play, we talked about it in the pre-market. And then, market opened. There was an AI alert also. Keep an eye on this PRQR, guys. I mean, there's the VWAP at 414. Okay, so it's still sitting on the VWAP at 414, and you can kind of see, if it holds the VWAP and starts to move, get some volume in, this could have another push. The high of the day was about 460 something, 464 or so. So, and if the market starts to move a little bit higher, I may take a look at that DESP again. Okay, I'm out of it now, but I might take a look at it again. As I used to use this a lot, this 10-day daily breakout, using it like a watch list. Okay, now do they all work? Of course not, but using it like a watch list, so you can get different setups over the course of the day, and you just don't get too many alerts in that one, which is what I want. I don't want a lot of alerts. Here's PAL, guys. PAL, PAL. Don't know these guys at all. Proficient Auto Logistics. Low float, 20 million in the float, 45. I mean, you can see this doesn't, and it's moving down, guys. This does not trade very much. How can you tell? Because 1.7 million shares have traded, and that represents 46 times normal up to this time of day. So you can see it doesn't trade very much. Please. All right, guys. Let's see. 11:14. So yeah, I've got about 45 minutes. JD, China stocks. So yeah, the China stocks have been, I think, very weak today. Let's take a look at KWeb. I hope they perk up for tomorrow because Andy takes over my in the YouTube room tomorrow on Fridays, and I call him Mr. China. He was cackling right over here. This was last week, of course, or week and a half ago, I guess. But now China stocks have just been, I don't want to say getting clobbered, but where's that 200-day moving average? 27.45, still above it. Well, let's see now. At 11 o'clock, Goolsby was talking. So I don't know if he's continuing to talk. Goolsby, one of the Fed presidents, is or was talking. I don't know how long he talks. And then that's it. That's really it. Bo, you're saying dip buyer. Janet Yellen is going to be talking. Okay, that's at 3 p.m. I'll be gone by then. Captain, you are a funny man. Talking about the TVGN. You have to see the press release. Okay, with this company, a commendation, not about an offering, but all right, guys. I actually took myself out of the fund. Okay, made like pennies, just pennies on it. I got into the 70s, came back up to the 80s. I just don't. I don't trust it. The float is so low. and then it could get rocking again. I don't think it's got anything to do with the market, but anyway, so it didn't really work out the way I wanted it. That's the PHUN. It's not a bad one from our AI either. I mean, NXL hasn't moved well. 123 was the alert. It did get up to 142, so nice percentage move there. That's some nice ones from our AI today, guys. The only one I took was the Iridium, though I probably, I didn't take it right at the AI alert, but and I could not short staff or refresh. So, you know what? This fun maybe not having as much fun. PHUN. I'm not in it anymore. I did take myself out of the trade, out of the short. All right, guys. Now the CMC is looking a little more interesting now. It's above that high right there, and when you look left, this is an earnings play. Okay, so you would anticipate that it's going to be pretty active all day long. Even though I mean, when you look at the 15-minute chart, you notice how the volume is just completely tapered off. That's the issue, really. The volume is just tapered off. So even though it's got a ton of room when you look left, and I mean a ton of room. I mean $5 or so to the next high looking left, but excuse me, it's just not. You can see the volume a little bit more. Yeah, okay, Oris now it still hasn't given it up completely. 952 is the high. United Airlines, guys. United Airlines, as I think Penny pointed out in our YouTube room. Morgan Stanley. Actually, there's a bunch of them. Susquehanna. Susquehanna has raised it to 85 from 70, a price target. But also, didn't you say Morgan Stanley? Where's Morgan Stanley? Yeah, actually, a lot of them are getting Bank of America, raising it to 84 from 70. Ah, United Airlines officially kisses COVID-19 related shackles goodbye. And here's the Morgan Stanley. So 88. So they raised their price target. So a bunch of the analysts have piling into UAL right now. Cowan, okay, to 100. TD Cowan to 100. Now, again, does it mean it's going to get to those price targets? No. Could it? Yes, but it doesn't mean 100%. So, just in case you're wondering, oh, well, I guess I read that one wrong then, guys. PHUN is continuing to move down. I don't have it anymore, but it's the float that kind of got to me, okay? Because out of nowhere, with that sort of a float, out of nowhere, some interest in it, and it could have really shot it up. So I don't love trading or shorting like low float stocks just because of that. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, rats, rats. It's the float that got me, John. It just sort of got me thinking. I overthunk it. That's okay. Well, it was momentum on the way down, though. It doesn't have to be on the way up. But yeah, I mean, I'm just that's too bad. Yeah, that is that's getting had it yeah, it's getting bad. Now 660. Oh well. There will be others. Well, we can definitely say this has been a successful IPO for Oris, ORIS. IPO at okay, there's Shady and the TVGN. So this is now, yeah, this is now one of those. I had a price alert set up here. That's a high. That's a pre-market high. $2 would be maybe the next level for to try to get through. And then if we look left on that monthly chart, what do we see? Yeah, it's got next high looking left on the monthly chart is 478. Wow, look at Oris. Holy smokes, is this ever a successful IPO? Just taking out that high again. ORIS. So here you can see TVGN here. You could probably have seen it down here. You can certainly see it on the momentum scan. Okay. Okay. Now TVGN at $2. Notice how the price alerts works, guys. Okay. If you're not using price alerts, I think, whether you're using our price alerts or, your own broker's price alerts. This is how I would do it, okay? I would minimize the window. You don't have to have it taking up any space. In fact, I think it's better that you don't, because watch what happens when you put a price alert. I'll put a price alert on this one up here now at 209 or 208. Now, well, let me put a price alert right a little bit above the current price. See if I can induce it upwards. And I'll put a price alert just underneath. Okay, so you can see them all down here. Okay, they're all down here, but I'm going to minimize the window. I'm going to minimize the window. And what happens when I get a price alert, the window pops up. Okay, just like that. Now, the problem, you would have seen it at the top. Okay, right, just like that. Come on. Okay, now see, you cannot miss it then. The price alert window will pop up on your screen. And, I mean, again, we did not invent the concept of price alerts, but it's so simple to do on our charts. Just, you can either eyeball it where you want to put the price alert or type it in. Just right click and you put a price alert a little bit above it again. Say at 204, right click. See how it says create price alert at 204. If I wanted it at 205, obviously I could just type that in. I typically don't put notes in. Okay. The only time I put notes is when it's an IPO and I want to know the structure. There you go. Look at that. Now, had that been minimized, you would have seen it up on my screen. Well, again, I mean, it's the eye-catching press release, and they mentioned they put $10 billion in it, and then they talked about, and now they're really pumping out more. All these are new to me anyway. Look at this. I mean, a top line 5-year estimate between 10 and $14 billion. And only 20 million in the float. So definitely well done by Mr. Shady, not Slim, but Mr. Shady, and all the room it's got. Now, it'll be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. So can I review go, no go? Sure. Okay. Yeah. First of all, I forgot I don't have the browser interface on. Number one. All right. Well, what I can do, yeah, Iris, you have to be on the latest beta. If you're not on the latest beta, I know that would seem to be a problem. Now they may have to manually do it for you. Okay, I thought that that was fixed. So Iris, I'm talking to Iris in our YouTube room. You might have to get it manually done. So if you go to my home page, I know there was a some kind of an issue not being able to have Go No Go and FX, but I thought that was resolved. So if you click on my, just give me a moment, okay, Cretan. If you click on my homepage link, Iris, you're going to have to go probably to the need help, okay, and start chatting. Give me your email address, and Chris may have to manually do something for you. So, Cretan, as far as if you haven't done this already, because this is the best review, I cannot review it any better than this. So, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then go no go charts, this is one of the. But I I think Iris knows that, but I may be wrong, Pepe. Okay, so this is a sort of well, sort of a couple of videos explaining go no go. Okay, better than I can. I would watch these and some text explaining what it's all about. Okay, so again, if you click on the go no go chart or the go no go channel, you'll get the two videos, and then you'll also have some text which explains go no go. Okay. Well, if Andy couldn't help you, then I'm not sure what I can do. If you have got the latest beta and you've got okay, Cretan, okay. Well, do you have Go No Go? It's an add-on, okay? It's an add-on, okay? So if you cannot find one, well, but Go No Go, okay, okay, maybe this is your issue. So are you saying the chart looks like this once it loads? Like not a Go No Go chart? Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean? The Go No Go chart looks like this, like not a Go No Go chart, just a normal chart. Is that what you mean? Okay. You have to click on any alert, okay? Any one of the alerts that you see in these scans, and it'll turn into the Go No Go chart. At least it should. Now so I'm assuming you're a new subscriber then to Go No Go. So first of all, did that work? Clicking on an alert, and then it turns into the Go No Go chart. Every day. Well, every day. Monday to Friday, Fustini or Fustinoni, sorry. So Cretan, did that work? by clicking on any alert you see here in the channel. So you clicked on an alert and you still okay. Now the only other thing I can suggest is that what version of Trade Ideas are you on? You probably you well, if you have a blank, that means you're not subscribed to it. Okay, Jeffrey. Okay, this is an add-on. Okay, this is a $50 a month add-on. So yeah, so people who load this and don't have the add-on, they're going to see a blank. But I'm assuming Cretan, you do not see a blank. That you do have the alerts here, but you're saying when you click on it, you're still not getting it turning into the GoNovo chart. So the other thing I have to ask is you should be on the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay? Actually, the beta. So you can, if you click on Help and About, it'll tell you the version you're on. I would I would make sure you're on like 5.6.101. That's the latest beta, and then almost for sure it should work. The only other thing I can think of is do you have use browser interface checked like that? Well, like this. So if you right click on a chart, you have this checked, use browser interface checked. Does the web interface work on a Mac and a Chrome? Yes. Yeah, we don't scan for options GLXTY16. We only scan for stocks. I'll go over what option filters we have, but it's only stocks. So Cretan, can you answer me? I'm trying to figure out why you're not getting your. So can you do me a favor again? If you right click on your chart, is use browser interface checked? Ah, it was indeed checked. Okay. You should be able though to have the use browser interface checked at the same time. So what version of Trade Ideas do you have? If you click on Help and About, what version of Trade Ideas do you have? It'll tell you right there. I'm on a development version, so you will not have this, but what version of Trade Ideas, if you can see my screen? Just click on Help and About, okay? Can you tell me? No, 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 it's got nothing to do this has got nothing to do with the browser, you're on the yeah, I know you're on the app, the desktop application. This has got nothing to do with being on the browser, okay? Okay, well, click on Help. Can you see what I'm pointing at? Right in between Windows and Account, there's a tab that says Help. Now, if you don't see, maybe can you see About? I'm sorry, can you see Help? If you can't, then you have to, okay. More than likely, then you just have to stretch out. Maybe your toolbar is too large. Just have to stretch out, like grab the right hand side of your toolbar and stretch it out. Okay, then you'll see all the options. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay, can you do that? Just stretch out, grab the right-hand side of the toolbar and like left click and then stretch it out. And then you should see all these options. Not seeing a toolbar. You see what I'm pointing at, right? You see what I'm moving around this toolbar? So maybe you've minimized it. So if you have something similar to me, I can't see them right now. You've minimized it. Um, Let me just show you what I see. You have, like, I've got a lot of my tasks are down here. Okay. Can you see what I'm doing? Like TI is down here. And if I hover over it, I see everything that I've got. And here is the toolbar. So if you've minimized it, all you would have to do is click on it. But I don't know if you have all these down here. Can you see what I'm pointing at? So if you have TI down here, just hover over it and all this should pop up. And then all you have to do is just click on the toolbar, which is up here, and then it should appear somewhere. Oh, so you don't have those. You're making it hard on me. Um, oh, good. Okay. Okay. So now you've got the toolbar, right? You'll always have the toolbar. Don't minimize it. You'll always have the toolbar. Now all I have to do is click on help and about, and that's going to tell you the version you're on. My guess, my feeling is you're probably not on a late enough version of Trade Ideas. Oh yeah, okay. Upgrade. Okay. So to all you have to do is what I would do, go to my homepage, go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and at the top here, you see where it says download. Click on the download. Don't worry, you're not going to lose anything, and download the beta. Okay. Download the latest beta. And then I think it won't matter if you have browser interface checked on your charts. Okay. So how you can duplicate my screen? I can't quite do it, but I'll show you what you can, what I'm sharing. Why did this happen? Just because I went down here, you know what I'm drives me crazy. Okay, just give me a moment. I have to adjust. Okay. So if you go to my homepage link, okay, go to my homepage link again, click on it, middle section, scroll down, middle section on my scans. Click here. So these are the scans that I am sharing. Okay. You may not, first of all, I don't share my charts because, first of all, you may not want number one, line charts like this, bar charts like this. Number two, you may not want these time frames. So you can construct your own time frames. But if you're looking for the actual scans that you see, they're right here. Biggest gainers from the start of the race is up here. Pulse resumes is here. Relative strength leaders is here. And then the upside movers versus downside movers is here. And the reason I don't, share a layout, like a big layout with everything, is not everybody wants every one of my scans, of course. So I basically it's sort of a la carte, pick and choose what you want. So GLX, you had a question about options, okay? So we don't scan for options, okay? It's just stocks. However, we do have some option filters, and some who trade options tell me that this can help them. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Excuse me. So I'm going to click on this momentum scan. I'm going to right click, configure, and in the search box, I'm going to type in options. So these are the option filters that we have, some obvious ones. Put call ratio, option volume today, put and call volume today, okay? But this one here, the option volume, this is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then this option volume today percent. Using these together, you can then find stocks that are trading abnormally regarding options, okay? Total number of contracts. So for instance, if you use this filter and say you wanted to say, okay, I only want to see stocks that have traded at least a minimum of 5,000 contracts, okay? Total of puts and calls. And then you also use this filter, the option volume today, and you put 3,000, or I'm sorry, 300, ratio of 300%, ratio of 3. So for you to see that stock that normally has traded 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, that stock will have to be trading 15,000 today. Okay, three times that. So at least it helps you find the stocks that are trading abnormally regarding options. So that may or may not help you trade options, trade the options. Okay, because for me, because I'm a day trader essentially. I'm only wanting to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Typically, I'm just using the volume, but another way to do it in conjunction with just volume is option volume. So as I explained before, Fustanoni. I don't share my layout exactly. What I do is I share the scans, the things that you see, and you can pick and choose what you want. Okay, so going to my home page and scrolling down until you see the scan section right here, middle section. So you can load the things that you see if you want. Well, I've named them so you can find them. Okay, so here's this race here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Pulse resumes is over here. Upside movers versus downside movers is here. Okay, and then the relative strength leaders is here. So you can pick and choose which ones you want. And as I said, I don't share my charts. The reason I don't is that not everybody wants this style of chart. I really like the bar charts now. For all the decades I use candlestick charts. I love these a lot better. And also, you may not want the same time frame, so you can create your own charts and your own time frames that you how you like to trade. Okay, I'm doing my best. Okay, guys, it's 11:50 right now. So what I'm going to do now, Steve usually shows up right around noon Eastern time, and I'll be taking my break pretty soon, in about 10 minutes. And what I'm going to do when I'm on my break is I'm going to reload trade ideas so that we'll have a new set of top tens, okay, in the races. I'm just going to try something here, guys, okay? Don't, I'm going to stop the screen sharing and then start it again. Don't worry. Nope, it didn't work. Interesting, guys. Okay, it actually appeared late in the 10-day daily breakout, the TVGN. Okay, at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock. Yeah, $2. So normally, because if a stock is going to make a 10-day daily breakout, normally it's in the first hour or so. It's rare we get something a little bit later. Meanwhile, this is not over. This is not over, is it? NUZE is not over. It has come right back up, right back up. Well, I'm testing this, guys. I want to see. I mean, I got a pretty tight stop on it, but this 10-day daily breakout is performed pretty nicely so far. Not every one of them, of course, but certainly enough. So again, we had the alert at $2. Now I'm trying to figure out why. I'm wondering why. Oh, I know why. I know why. I know why. I have a price. I have a minimum price of $2 on this. I think. Trying to figure out. Well, why wouldn't it show up earlier? My guess is that I've got a minimum. Yeah, $2. Now that's what I like to see. You don't have to do the same thing, but that's why I didn't see it. I was trying to figure out. Well, why wouldn't I have seen this one a lot earlier? Obviously, when you look at a daily chart, it's definitely a 10-day daily breakout. The relative volume is fine and tons of volume and the relative volume, but I do have a minimum price of $2. So again, it's like anything else that I'm sharing, guys. I mean, you can always make adjustments if you want. If you don't like some of these filters that I'm using, you can adjust them. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do up here is put the announcement that I'll be gone for about an hour. I'm not gone yet. Just waiting for Steve to show up. Oops. All right. All right. Look at that TVGN go now. Even if I know Shady got it earlier, but if you just follow that 10-day daily breakout, I would highly encourage you guys to load this one tomorrow, okay? And just follow it. I don't mean you just pile in every trade the second you see an alert. All right. This is a well done, Shady. Obviously early. Again, I would load this one tomorrow, guys. Again, I'm not saying this is going to be the same tomorrow, but you don't get very many alerts, okay? And as I said, use it like a watch list. Maybe they set up. Maybe the first time you get the alert, it doesn't quite work. Maybe later on in the day, but this is the don't repeat version. Okay, it's a don't repeat version. If you don't like the don't repeat, all you have to do is take it off. You right click, properties, and don't repeat. And I'll just show you what the options are for a day, which is what I've selected. The standard is don't repeat at all. A lot of people want to see the stock over and over and over again as it makes new highs or new lows, depending on what you're using it for. But you can see you have the different options. Don't repeat for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for a day. Okay. But I like this because now I can kind of go back. I can say, well, what happened to ASPE? Maybe I didn't take it the first time. Maybe it's setting up again. So I'll look at ASPE right now. You know, I mean, look, 407. It's at 437 now. Okay, what I want to do right now. So I would encourage you to load that one tomorrow. Okay. Just give me a moment. I want to get the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Steve. Well, you know, this started out as kind of, for me anyway, a bit of a boring day, but boy, oh boy, you know, I'm not in the NUZE, but look at that thing go. Well, you just go to my homepage, Charlie, and you can load it. What is it? Well, it's 10-day daily breakouts with high relative volume. Okay, that's what it's all about. But you can access it from my homepage. Give me a moment. Okay, so there's my homepage link. So just click on my homepage link, and here it is. Just scroll down, center section, my scans, and you've got just 1 second, Steve. I'm just so here they are. This is the don't repeat version. Okay, the 10-day daily breakout, don't repeat. But if you want the repeating version, in other words, if you want to see this stock over and over again as it makes new highs, you can do so. But here they are. In order to see something, well, you load it, of course, and then if you want to see what it's looking for, just give me one moment, Steve. Okay, if you want to see what it's looking for on any one of my scans, just right-click, configure, summary. And that's what it's telling you what it's looking for. Okay. All right, guys, I heard a little pop in our YouTube room, so that means Steve should be in our room now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And one more second, Steve, while I get rid of my music, so I can actually hear you. All right. I'm assuming you're there after the buildup. Uh-oh. Steve, I heard a pop. That meant Steve should be in our YouTube room right now. So is he talking? Can you guys hear him? Maybe it's on my end.
I think that was
Those of
the
you on
issue.
YouTube?
There we go. That should be better, right?
Okay, there you are. Okay.
I forgot to click a button.
You're forgiven.
My SG, like my initials are on my screen. SG. Must be an omen.
I don't see your initials on the screen, but I'll take your word for it.
Am I not sharing my screen? I should be sharing my screen.
Oh, sharing. I'm looking in. I'm just looking in the chat.
YouTube.
So if you type test, what do you see?
Oh, it's just it says SG. Nothing.
Okay. Who's that?
Me, Steve Gomez. My initials.
I want to call you Sweet Green. How's that?
Okay, Sweet Green.
It's actually a symbol. It's actually SG is actually a sweet green.
Yeah.
Okay. So there you go.
Got it. All right. Well, I'm here for an hour, so
okay.
You're free.
I'm free at last. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Steve. I'll see you in about an hour. I'll try to get there about 5:02. I know you have stuff to do at 1, so I'll try to show up at about 5:02.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me hide that. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my screen. It's Thursday, so it must be time for me to say hello. Hello, Iris. So we always just kind of start off by reminding everybody, if you're here, directed here, or you need some help on something specific, just let me know, because you get the first priorities. And then otherwise, if not, I'll just, hello, Penny. I'll just start. Okay, Iris. So I'm going to go through the checklist of things to make sure. Make sure you're on the right click browser interface for starters. And you said you lost them, so that means you had them at one time. So that means you have the correct version. So when you go up here to FX, that little FX symbol in the chart, you should be able to click on TradeWave right here. And that will convert the chart into the TradeWave buy and sell tags. And no matter what you click on going forward in that chart, that should remain a TradeWave chart. It's all right there in the FX icon. And then over here is another symbol which allows you to mess with it. And I don't recommend you mess with it, but you can. There's some settings there. That is kind of a placeholder for trading. If you were trading these names, or actually, no, it's showing you the buys and sells. My bad. I'm sorry. Long versus short. How the past buy tags have done. It's kind of a nice little historical. If you don't have the EFX, can you widen your charts? Are your charts not wide enough? That could be it. You maybe need to expand your chart till you see that. But if you're on browser charts, and if you're on the latest version, you should be able to have TradeWave in that menu. Again, the only thing I can think of, if you don't have it, is your chart might be too small or squished up. You need to expand your chart. And if that's not there, then I don't know. That's everything that I've come to troubleshoot. Good. I'm glad it helped. Okay, awesome. That's why we do these once a day, 12 o'clock Eastern. And that's why we give priority to the users who are struggling or having an issue with something. It's very difficult to convey in chat or email sometimes, or even screenshots, but going through the steps of watching the host show you what needs to be done, I think is very important. And so that's why we really encourage people to show up at these daily support sessions and try to help your learning curve. All right. If there's no questions, I always start to kind of just talk about what the market and what I'm seeing. I'm going to turn TradeWave off. I don't use them. I have my own approach, and you can see, for those that are new, I use the 15-minute chart. I use a 10 SMA, and I use a 5-day SMA. What I'm seeing is the gap open had no chance to really follow through. This market is just a back and fill type of market right now. So, 2 steps forward, 1.5 step back. And that's where the 10 SMA comes into play. Look at why I use this indicator. If you're new, on a 15-minute chart, the gap comes in. Be patient, be patient, be patient. Here is your areas to take a chance. Gaps usually kind of settle right into that 10 SMA for me. And that's a very intraday, that's kind of a short-term bullish look here. We're getting a wick on the daily. So probably the same in the S&P. It's exactly the same. Big gap up, doesn't hold. You've got to be patient. Many opportunities to buy off of the 10 SMA, a little bit of a washout there, but I want to say I use the closing candle. So when I use candles, I don't freak out mid-candle. I wait for the 15-minute to close. And in this case, that keeps you in the trade. Yes, it's very hard to sit through these pullbacks. And if you look at it, it's nothing more than really a technical gap fill. So it was probably just more of a little stop hunt and a perfect filling of the gap. But the point being is I wait for the closing candle, which was green and back above my signal line. Look at this. This is just a perfect example, you guys, of why I use these 2 moving averages and nothing else. 5-day moving average in blue is a general area of influence, of interest. These areas really should hold. I mean, I'm in some rum and it's fighting its 5-day. Look at that. All right, rum a couple of days ago shot up, and I've been watching it. I entered it a little bit yesterday and a little bit more today, but I need it to hold, and we're getting kind of a pinch play here as well. So hopefully this resolves for me to the upside. But my point being, back to the S&P, just these 2 indicators, a 10 SMA and a 5 SMA, tells me all I need to know. Here's the general area of interest, and here's the short-term momentum plays off that line. I've had a pretty good month, and I owe it all to what I've been talking a lot about in here and on the blogs. I'm sorry, the podcast with Michael and videos, trade of the weeks, these nano nuke stocks. SMR is a starter. All right. I had a banner day yesterday because I came in long SMR, NNE, and OKLO. Now, when these things run 30% in one day, you got to just take what's given to you. And so yesterday was a lot of fun, just kind of legging and laddering out of these. I'm not in Oklo. I want to show you NNE. Big one yesterday. All right. I came in long, it gapped up. Look at what it did. I didn't panic because it filled that area and held where I needed it to hold. So I just looked at it and said, okay, I actually buy a little bit more. So yesterday, new highs, legging out, selling. I kept a little bit. Didn't really like to see this, but what did I do? I added like 2/3 more. I really hammered it back in. I'm trading around this name. This is a volatile name. And to the long side, if you buy pullbacks, you might be rewarded. So I, boom, got it added, jumped back in here. Now I'm back above this 10 SMA, and I'm kind of hoping for some move higher. And I'll just flip out of this thing if I get some strength back to highs. I'm just trading around these names, and I've kind of found a good sector that I can really rely on for volatility and movement. Doing much more day trading because, like as I said, 30% in one day. You take what you got. You don't get greedy, and so I turned those into day trades. But I came in long, so technically they were swing trades. But I exited them all in one day. Now, I did re-enter some SMR, and this is one of the 3 big names that had the big day yesterday, and we still got a short float, probably lower now, but these shorts are getting creamed. As you saw, NNE and Oklo gapped way down. So what does that tell us? It means there was a lot of play in there. Oklo gapped, actually didn't gap down, it traded down, but it's moving back up. Oklo is strong, but that's a big move. But the SMR didn't do much. It just held. It's been holding yesterday's range. It didn't jerk down. It didn't sell off. It didn't try to scare the longs. And I think that is a direct correlation of this. 26%. These people are bidding. Get me out of this thing. I'm short. I don't want to be in this thing. And so I'm back in. Now, I'm not going to allow this thing to get crazy on me. When I go live like this, I will put a stop, and I've got a stop, I think, at 41. So I'm actually going to move this up just under there. Let me check. Order status stop at 40. All right. So I'm just going to turn my back on this, and I'm going to say this thing should grind higher. If it doesn't grind higher, then my theory on short sellers is maybe not true. So all I've really done is I've added back into NNE heavy down here on this pullback, and I've noticed that SMR is not pulling back, so I'm trying to maybe see if we can get a short squeeze into the close. Those three stocks I've been just absolutely crushing coming into today, and yesterday was the absolute grand slam for them. The other thing that's been really helping me is I mentioned, I noticed way back here, DJT, Trump Media, whatever, digital media, was just getting sold beyond sold. And I just kind of noticed some volume that came into the warrants down here. And notice this down here on these new lows. I mean, the volume just started to pile in, and I noticed that. So usually I don't do this. I don't pick bottoms, and if I do pick a bottom, I might scalp out quickly. But you know, I'm watching the polls, I'm watching the news, I'm watching the headlines. I think this is a direct proxy of what's happening out there. I'll quickly pull up something for you. This is the poly market, and we can talk about polls all we want. They survey who they want, sample who they want, throw it in their model. But when it comes down to your money and my money, who's willing to buy at 61 and sell at 30? People put their money where their true intent is. So forget the polls. This is where it is. And so I keep watching this widen out, and I have really no interest in selling out of the DJT. I think what's happening is, technically speaking, it ran right into the 200-day moving average buzzsaw, and I expected that. You guys, I'm in at the. I've got such a great basis. I almost don't want to sell because it's such a good bottom pick, which rarely happens. So I'm anticipating a chop fest here. And then as this 10 SMA comes up, maybe sometime next week, maybe we get a move higher. So I'm in this one for the long run. Oh, thanks, Girl Trader. You're welcome. If you got any specific questions, happy to help. So that's all I'm in. And I mentioned I'm in Rumble. Now, that was a sympathy play because I think, Trump media, digital media, world media, it's kind of becoming a shift of the public that's losing their trust, in my opinion, of corporate media and censorship. And so you've got YouTube, which is full of censorship, but you got Rumble trying to compete with YouTube. And now you've got kind of maybe more of a interested audience willing to see, what's this Rumble all about? Can I get the truth over here? What's going on? So that's a play on that. And technically speaking, I will show you that it was this day. I actually jumped in this day and traded some out. And this is the same thing. I'm doing a trade around in Rumble, just like I've been doing in the nanotechs. Add in on the pullbacks, dig in at support, and then hope for a run. And when you get your run, you're fading out. You're throwing limits way above, and people are running up and ringing the bell for you. There's no better feeling as a trader to be one step ahead of the masses like that. And that's how you have to do it. There's only one more thing that I'm in, and it's the AI play. If we look at the AI chart, hang on a second. This is AI, the actual name, but stocks like IONQ, look at that. Big interest in AI. And by the way, the Nano Nuke is also an AI play. It's basically powering these giant data centers that are being built. So people are betting on the energy solution. And then of course, Palantir is a company that's just crushing it. They come in and they take all your data in your company and they throw it into a giant AI, and the AI tells you where you can save money and how you can run more efficiently. So that said, I'm trying to play a third tier lagger, Big Bear AI, which is just another corporate enterprise, same kind of a thing, but a much smaller scale than what Palantir probably does. Girl Trader, do you approach swing trading small cap in the same way? No, I don't like to trade large cap because they bore me. You won't really ever see me buy Tesla. I like leverage, and I think in the small caps, I really get a lot of good leverage. So I love these nano stocks that are under 20 bucks because you can really pile in and you can get these. You're not going to get a 30% move in Tesla. You're not going to get a 30% move in NVIDIA, but you will get 30% moves on days like yesterday in these smaller cap names. So I do love the smaller cap. It's also why I'm in Rumble and BBAI. You're probably noticing a pattern. That's why you asked that. I feel like there's more percentage moves in the smaller names. Just make sure you're nervous about small cap. Just make sure they have good float volume. Like NNE, I would not recommend. Why would I not recommend NNE for a new trader? 17 million in the float. This thing jumps around. If I could show you the level 2, there's always a pretty good spread in this thing. And it can move half a point really quickly. So if you're looking at these nano names, Obviously, SMR we talked about. 88 million in the float is a bit more palatable for a newer trader. I think Oklo is also volatile, but start by looking at how many shares are in circulation. Just try to stay away from very low float, very thin names. Like Patrick's here, he knows. I'm giving up on this name. I kept thinking I liked the story, but I get tired of trading stocks that trade in Morse code. Avoid these stocks, girl trader. You don't want dots and dashes. You want solid candles. You want solid volume. Also, you have to watch the IWM. The IWM is the representation of all small caps. And what this is telling me is they're a little tired, perhaps. We've had a pretty good 5-day run in small caps. We took out some levels. Now we're tired. So this can translate into a lot of choppiness in individual small cap names. Now, notice over here what's happening on the 15-minute chart. It's just breathing. It's literally waiting for this airspace to be filled by this rising 5-day. So maybe we pull back a little bit more, but IWM might be really interesting when the price of the 5-day and the price converge. That is where we want to see that. And then when you get the IWM pushing to highs, then, NASDAQ's up 1%, S&P's up 0.5%, and IWM's up 2%. That is your green light go for plunging into the small cap names. So keep that in mind too. The top down approach. Beat got a new CEO. I got so tired of just looking at that name. I've cleared the deck so many times. It's above the 5-day. I'll give it that. Relative volume is normal. I'll give it that. Yeah, there you go. Definitely IWM will keep you abreast of how the temperature is feeling in small cap land. All right, over here is my short squeezes. This is just a simple scan using a lot of filters for short squeezes. But the problem is a lot of these have already gone. Boy, EVGO, didn't realize this thing was on fire. There's another small cap, huh? So my 10 SMA translates to the daily. Again, I've mentioned it a few times, but there's nothing wrong with the big move, consolidation. This is where patience as a swing trader comes in. You've got to just compartmentalize that and park it in the back of your mind for a few days and know that this is where the game gets interesting when the SMA approaches. So I did not know Beat had a new CEO. Are you trying to... Points, preparation, commercialization, huh? Well, I might be interested again, Patrick. Why? Because look at this. All the convergences of 5 moving averages in one small spot, but we're trading above it. Interesting. All right, I just bought some. Talk me into it. This is not a tradable stock. It's a sit in hope that you're right stock and hope that no bad news comes out. But technically speaking, the worst of it's kind of behind it. For those that aren't aware, this is like a cool technology for people to transmit 12-point EKGs without having to go visit the hospital. Just use a card, use your iPhone, and transmit it to the doctor. And there could be some use cases out there. All right, Patrick, I'm back in. I'll buy that. News associated with above all moving averages. See, where I got out was down here. Just get me out. What am I doing, Steve? I'm below the 200-day, but here we are 1 week later, not much volume, but it's completely changed its complexion. The moving averages are being supported. I'm sorry, the price is being supported now by the moving average. So that's why I use technicals to tell me what's really going on, not what I think should be going on. So I kind of put my hooks into it. And by that, I mean, wait a minute. I didn't get any? I thought I got some. Oh, my limit order scared the friggin' algorithms. This is why I hate this stuff. Okay. I thought I got some. I guess I'm bidding now. So my point is, what I was saying is I just want to, get my hooks into it. I'm not recommending anybody trade this. I'm just giving you my thought process. I don't go plunging into something like this. I'm just getting my hooks in it and I will watch it. And if it starts to get strength and volume, then I'll start adding on some pullbacks. So right now it's kind of just a placeholder order. But that's really insane. I thought I had a fill. I guess I didn't. Let's see what TradeWave says about it. Got a buy tag 2 days ago. Actually, yeah, Tuesday. Interesting. Yeah, you and I were talking the day before yesterday. Yesterday was a banner day, man. Oklo was just crushing it. And let's check in on these. SMR grinding higher, that's good. NNE grinding higher, that's good. I'm not going to plunge into all three of them. Yesterday was just a banner day. I'm not going to press my luck. I'm not going to press my luck. All right, I got a decent fill on just a couple thousand shares in that beat. I just went ahead and sometimes when you hit market order, you'll get a nice midpoint. You don't see them on the level 2, but they're in there. So getting my hooks in that one, as I was saying, and I'll just watch it. So basically a 1/3, 1/3 starter size. Just to watch it. All right. Anybody have any questions about the platform or questions about trading, or if you want me to look at charts? That's always a fun endeavor, meaning I'll give you the unvarnished truth if you don't mind hearing it, because people do get married to the names and the businesses, and they'll stay in it even though the chart says don't do it. And I learned early on, kind of like I was talking about in beat. I had no reason to be in this thing 5 days ago, but now it's changed its tune. I'm fresh, clean slate. Got new buying power. Let's try again. Hello, Charlie, can you comment on ASPI? I'm learning how to stay patient in trades that are on their trend. ASPI. That's one of the hardest things to do. All right, I've got a quick thought on this one. I don't know what your time frame is, but what I've noticed as a swing trader, when you get momentum, you get 1.5 days before usually the sellers start to fight for profits. And we are right there right now. So here's what I would do. When I'm in this situation and I'm trying to maximize my profits, meaning I want this green candle to go back to highs, obviously that's what we want. But what signals to me, your entry is around 4. Okay, that's a good to know. All right. So you're in day 2. So you got to think, how much do I really have upside? Let's see where, if we look left, what could it be attempting? Here's the level right here, and it's kind of chopping at the 430 level. You see what I'm looking at? I'm looking at those two wicks right back here. And we got ahead of ourselves, a bit of a wick there, but now we're grinding it out at the same level. So you switch back to this view. And as I was talking earlier, maybe you heard, but the 15-minute candle has to close below the rising SMA before I get out. And that keeps me in the trade. And that's what you're asking about. How do you stay in the trade? Well, if you just say, if this candle ticks and trades below the 10 SMA, we got 3 minutes left. If it trades below, I'm not going to panic and get out with 3 minutes left. I'm going to wait and see what the 1230 candle brings. And just in this case right here, the price popped back up. And so it's like you survive another 15 minutes. That's how I play these scenarios. But what I'm first alluding to is we've got two things. Big resistance there. You're already on the second half of day two, the first half of day two. And this is where I've noticed that the crowd starts to get itchy. Think of all the people that are long down here at 3. They've got a really nice profit that they don't want to lose. And so what happens is, I think my rule of waiting for a closing candle is usually that moment where you notice there's smoke in the theater, you quietly get up and head to the exits. And before you know it, by the end of the day, you're happy you got out there. So it's a small window, but I call that my signal candle. You're getting a good push here. That's what you want. And it looks like hopefully this candle will close above. And so you're in the game for another 15 minutes. This is how I play this. So the takeaway is just be careful. You're on day 2, and usually by midday of day 2, after a big run, giant percentage run here, people want to take their profits. So since you're a little late to the party at 4, don't let this trade go against you, but you should be able to manage it using that. Now, if it does break below, it probably will break pretty quickly. So you got to be prepared for that. It's just a matter of what you want to make. I'm telling you, I think it's a little bit exhausted right here. So it might be a bit much to ask to go right to 5. We do have 23% short. That's a very good sign. That's what's probably keeping this thing going. 41 million shares is not that small. Here's another thing to consider, Charlie. If you sold half right now, you can't lose. And you're satisfying that demon that's pounding you to get out of the trade and take your profit when you told me you wanted to be patient. So a good psychological trick is to satisfy that impatient demon and sell half. And now you can't lose. Your second half, you're much more relaxed with. All right, let's check in on my nano nukes. Yeah, a couple of good ideas there, hopefully, to help you out. A lot of things to consider, not just the stock doesn't care about your entry. You got to consider where everybody else has come from too. And once that crowd gets jumpy, you don't want to fight it. But I have noticed that day and a half after a big move, people start to get a little jumpy and they want to take profits, just like your experience. Did too. When people tell me to look at a chart, if you tell me where you're long or short or your entry is, or if you're thinking about getting in, that's the other half that I can help you with. So far so good on day 2 here. It's a hell of a day 1, but these nano nukes are they're not pulling back. Yes, that's a good idea. Let's look at the Holly AI alerts for the day and how would I manage them if I was playing them. So I want to do all trades, which brings in, the bottom there. There's quite a few, so let's go through them. I'm just going to obviously, that is a short. It's a great short if you can get it. But notice the flip side of what I've been talking about. You stay in the short. I'm sorry. you wanted your short to break right here. So it bounced, didn't bounce a whole lot, but all of a sudden these now become confirmation candles, not signal candle. They become confirmation candles that the 10 SMA has kind of regathered and regripped the price action, and it is likely to be thrown back to lows. So you can use this 10 SMA to gauge short sells as well as longs. So the top three basically are shorts, and they're good shorts in that they were stocks that were moving up rather than shorting a new low. Now, for me, I'm not really interested in short selling this market because it's just so strong and it seems like you just can't stop it. So the current is rushing in one direction, and I don't really want to play the short side of much. There's plenty of money to be made long at the moment. Okay, here's a good one. And this is a good Holly trade too. So obviously in the middle of that candle, the trade was executed. Nothing but sideways action. And what do we have right here? We've got basically 2, 3, 4 signal candles that have now been capped and put a lid on it by the 10 SMA. So this is the death of momentum. Once I see that, they just kind of bleed and grind for the rest of the day. What you wanted to see was a pullback and then boom, back to new highs. ASPI, we talked about that one. And that's why you're in at 4. I got it now. Good. So we're still surviving on the intraday, the candles. That's good. You see my single stock windows acting up there. I got to resize it sometimes. Moving on, another short sell. Okay, this is interesting. Check this out. So you short this little bounce, and that's the way you want to short. We're not shorting new lows, all right? I would scold Holly if that was the entry, but the bounce, that's the one you fade to be a short seller. Okay, you're in the money, you're in the money. If we zoom in here, we can see that we do not have an exit candle to cover, a short cover candle. It tried here, it tried there. And if you were one of those people that panicked out because the price traded above, but you didn't wait for the closing of the candle to pop back down, then maybe you're missing out on some more short sell. So you can see why, you have to draw the line at some point. You have to rip the Band-Aid off at some point. And I've noticed that if I just wait for the dang 15-minute candle to close, more often than not, I'm still going to be in a good trade. If I panic out mid-candle, more often than not, I'm mad at myself for not sticking around. So that's kind of the gist of those. If you want me to look at another specific one, I can, but that's how I would look at those. I'm just overlaying what I've been talking about the whole morning using my 5-day simple average here in blue, which if you don't know, indicators, I learned this from Brian Shannon. It's 130 periods. 130 15-minute candles will give you a smoothed out 5-day SMA. And I'd prefer to look at the 5-day SMA on my intraday chart than I would on my daily with just one more line making a mess on the daily. So all I was doing was just overlaying, my 10 SMA and the 5-day on those Holly trades and just applying that same mentality to those Holly entries. And that's it. That's what I would say every single time I brought the Holly trades up. If I was doing this, I would just continue to harp on what I'm seeing on the 15-minute and of course the daily, but there you have it. Let's see. So these Truth Media stocks, I think they're grinding out what we call consolidation over time. Here was a quick attempt at a consolidation with price, but look at what held the trend. The old 5-day moving average. That gave me hope. So now we're just kind of consolidating over time. And I think when I go to the daily, it might even require a few more days for the 10 SMA to kind of get involved. So I'm okay with 3 or 4 more days of grind in these names, because the more they consolidate, the more energy they're building up for potential energy to break through the 200-day and continue that trend. Yes, 15-minute chart. Correct, Mark. The 130 So I'm using a 15-minute chart, 130 periods. Oh, and just let me give you a perfect example of how this made me money today. Oops, a moment. As I said earlier, I came in long yesterday NNE and just started fading out for happy dances. Kept a little bit, watched it, came down to my favorite area of interest, the 130. And what did I do? I loaded back up right here. So I'm still in the money on the original trade, but I've just got kind of a new price now. I don't want this to be a signal candle. I want to see that hold. What do we got? We still have 8 minutes. So that little hiccup needs to hold. How's SMR? SMR just grinding as well. So they don't have the volatility that they had yesterday, but they have a bid that's holding them up today. Okay, could you explain how to set up as a default the indicators you use? Yeah, I'll do you one better. I'll show you how to set it up, and I'm also going to give it to you just straight up. So if anybody's quiet, not like Charlie, which is good, speaking up and asking questions, we're going to save my chart so you can open it and just have it all set up for you as a cloud link. But we're going to go through as well. So there's my chart setting. First thing you want to do, of course, is open a new chart. Right click its time frame, change it to 15 minutes. And then we go to indicators. Our browser interface should be turned on. That's by default, so don't worry about that. So then we get the two simple moving averages by going to indicators. And you would scroll down and just say, give me a simple moving average. And you can put the periods. You do 1 for 10 and modify the color, and then 1 for 130. And that would be your 5-day. And as you can see, that's what I've got. My green color is my 10, and my blue is my big solid 5-day. So sometimes we work these moving averages together, and the Qs held that area, and they're handily above, and now that moving average is kind of crossed up, and that's always a good sign to get the 10 back above this 130. The fast line needs to be above the slower line. Beat. So first thing I'll look at on a stock like this is what's the volume? Okay, all of a sudden we're doing a little better than normal volume. 1.12 relative volume. That's good enough for me to keep interested. Again, I just got my hooks in it. I'm just going to watch it, see how it trades over the next few days. Okay, is like adding tools to a toolkit. Yes, exactly. And you know, Charlie, the people who aren't showing up to this, they're missing out. People are paying for this kind of info. You guys are getting it free. I actually tweeted this out this morning, but you know, just show you. This type of trading model, everything I've been telling you, this is what my 401k has done. And this is what I'm talking about lately. Let me talk a little bit about this, by the way. So it's been a great run. What often happens to a trader after a good run like this is you get complacent. And that complacency starts leading to rule breaking and doing stupid things because you just like, I can't do any wrong. So I am well aware of the fact that I just had an amazing run in my 401k, and I'm not going to overdo it. I'm going to continue. I'm still 50% in cash. I'm not pushing the pedal to the metal. So, you know, two things. One, yeah, you're getting some good stuff. I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this a long time. And all of these things I'm talking about are what contributed to that performance. Just a slow surfing session over the course of a year. Andy's telling me to look at game. Volume just came into it. I'm not going to chase that, but interesting. Yeah, we took the relative volume up, didn't we? Didn't take much. And by the way, I've been, yesterday was the blow off day with these things, but I've been trading these things, buying these pullbacks, all through. This is probably 4 or 5 rounds of getting in and getting out of these names. And yesterday was just the crescendo. So yeah, Charlie, it takes a while to learn. And everybody loses money, at least the first month or two, because you make your mistakes. The idea is to make your mistakes cheap and then also learn from them and don't do them again. Find out what your time frame is, the sandbox you want to play in. Barry plays in a completely different sandbox than I play in, only because I've got 9 different other things going on at once too. Which exit? How will you handle your exit? Oh, are you talking about the low volume one, or which stock are you talking about? SMR. My SMR has a blue line. That's actual hard stop. I have a hard stop on that one. Okay. So I'm protecting, right? As I was saying earlier, I'm not going to get complacent. I've got a hard stop in there at 1840. I'm not going to mess around. Why? Because yesterday was day 1. If today is day 2 and people want to start getting panicky and taking profits, I'm not going to fight it. But I want to be around to see if this 26% short squeeze can maybe continue. NNE is a different animal because my entry, I crushed it yesterday and kept some overnight, and kind of like having my hooks in it again overnight, it forces me to watch it. I didn't like what I saw, but I go, you know what? If it comes back to this 130, I'm going to embrace that and I'm going to load back up. And I did. So where's my out on this one? I would say probably below that second entry, and it'll be no harm, no foul. So I'm giving it a chance. Look over here on the daily. We've got a nice wick. I see no reason why we can't maybe try to push back up to highs. And if we do that, I'll be a seller along the way. These things are so volatile. There's no point in just sitting in them. You gotta ride them like a wave. And sometimes that means overnight. Sometimes it doesn't. So yeah, every trade's different. The NNE looks nothing like SMR. And I was saying earlier, I think the SMR is holding up because there's so many trapped shorts in this thing. 26%. And the price action is kind of telling me that you cannot get a solid pullback to cover your shorts because there's other shorts that are panicking, jumping in front of you to bid it and keep it up. So 2 different companies in the same sector, but one has kind of a short squeeze working, and I'm willing to give it to 40 cents. In the interest of, like I said earlier, I'm not going to be complacent after a big account performance run. I'm going to try and hold on to it. Speaking of the 130, oh, look at it. It's just grinding its nose on this 130. Wow. Very significant. Transposed to the daily. I look at this. I have these two lines the same color for a reason, because they're kind of the same indicator on their respective time frames for me. I call it a general level of interest. If something's under its 50-day, it's not really healthy. I'm not really interested. But once it breaks above its 50, all of a sudden it's got a better bill of health. So the 50 SMA is kind of the same to me as the 5 SMA on my 15-minute chart. They both act as kind of more of a brick wall, a go or no go. If you're below that 5-day on the 15 minutes, you better have a good reason to still wanting to be in the trade. If you're below the 50 on the daily chart, you better still have a good reason to want to be in that trade. So on the sizing, I never plunge all the way in with one and plunge and then bail on with one. It's always scaling in and scaling out, maybe in thirds. Yeah, he's the one who taught me how to use the 5-day. He's my friend. I'm going to have dinner with him Saturday night. He's going to be in town for Stocktoberfest, and he and I are going to hang out on Saturday. But back to the profits, yeah. So my sizing is probably thirds. Third in, third in, third in. Let's go. Be patient. Be patient. Find the level to start selling out a third, sell out another third, and that final third. Well, those are the ones that's why I kept that's why I kept some 20% of NNE yesterday, because when you just crushed the 80% that you had throughout the day, what if it follows through the next day? You can still make good money on that trailing 20%. So I'll do that as well. Barry will be here probably in about 6 or 7 minutes. So if there's something you wanted to look at or ask, now's the time. How's this? Just stay above that blue line. All of you. So pretty much everything except for these bottom two. Rum's trying. Oh, it's trying to hold it. And then this BBAI is not as solid. I'm going to stick around and see what happens, only because the AI stocks are so hot. Like I said a minute ago, if you're going to be under the 5 SMA, you better have a good reason. And I just told you my reason. I think this is a lagging stock. That was a big move 4 days ago on big volume. It's kind of working that day, 2 days off. I'm going to stick around for the close and see if this is a head fake, because I think these secondary AI stocks could start to catch wind. So that's my reason for staying in. But other than that, everything else is behaving. SMR is behaving. Got an ASPI. Okay, let's take a look. We haven't looked at that one in a minute. Ah, okay. There's our signal candle. And look at what the signal candle saved you. If you looked at that at the close and said, that's it, momentum's dying, but I'll stick around for one more candle. Well, you just gave away all that. So that's why I use that analogy of when you see that first candle, you're the one who's smelling the smoke in the theater, and you quietly get up and not call attention to yourself and head to the exits and let everybody else fend for themselves. Or stick around and help. Yeah, there you go. I mean, you've already kind of applied that, and you made money on the trade, Charlie. And I think you got probably the most you could out of it. Just don't forget to keep an eye on the daily chart. From where has the stock come? If it's been a big move, then you've got a lot of people in there that are ready to take profits, like ASPI people are starting to do right now. Correct, because the candle closed below the green line. The green line is my 10 SMA. It's okay to trade below it, as we did here. And then we were still alive here. But once this candle closed, that's your signal to say, I should probably just take what I got here, because from here on out, it's going to be choppy, ugly. It's going to take away your focus. This is the meat of the move. It's the best you can get for your entry, unless you were long down here. But all these people that were long down here, they're now trying to figure out, oh boy, I better take what I can get. And that starts to ad on itself, and it becomes the reason why stocks breathe and pull back. Sound is another one. That's the trade of the week. It's also an AI stock. So AI has been kind of on my radar. This is kind of a warning sign. Big horns like that, big reversal, double wicks. That's telling you it's probably ready to consolidate. And it got ahead of itself up here. There's Barry.
There's Barry.
There's Barry.
So listen, Mr. 10 SMA, one of the things I've noticed, because I've asked you this question before, I mean, you might want to impart your wisdom on the group, because I completely get why you're always wait for the close of that 15-minute candle underneath the 10 SMA. I completely get it. Now, my whole issue, probably most of the type of trades you're in are not super low floats. And, I don't even know what price range you're looking at. Because as you know, Steve, the issue could be on a super low float. By letting that 15-minute candle and not getting out until it closes, you could have a tremendously long candle.
Yeah.
And so you are giving up a ton and maybe even going negative. But I saw what you were talking about with the ASPI. It closed at 420. So if you got in at, I don't know, 4, you're still doing okay. So am I right in assuming that you probably don't take a lot of the low floaters, because you could get destroyed if you actually waited for that 15 to close?
Yeah, you and I are on two different time frames for sure, but also I had a great question earlier. You probably missed it. Somebody asked me, about the small caps, and they're scared of them. And I said, well, there's no reason to be scared of them, but just make sure that you understand, the size of the float. Now, I told them that NNE that I was talking about, I would not recommend for a new trader. 17 million shares in the float. This thing can move a half a point extremely fast. And so I don't like to play in low float stocks, and you do lose control of my rule, as you say, with those low float stocks. You don't have as much control. So for that reason, I try not to play those super low floats. I want to give myself more time to let things marinate and coagulate.
Right. All right. That's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm that and maybe talk to the group about that too, because I mean, it's not that I focus on low float stocks. It's just that, in the race I run and the momentum scan, for things to be up 20, 30, 40%, typically they've got to be low float. There's no way in which, they can do that usually. So
it's the same thing for me as a swing trader, why I do not use hard stops on the open. It's one of the hardest things to do, is to absorb, a pretty good pullback on the open. I've been shaken out of good trades way too many times on the first 10 minutes to know better. So that's one of the hardest things for me and my style, is that open. I tell Andy in the morning, it's like, be nice, market. It's like a come out roll. You're at a big craps table. You just got to survive that come out roll, that shakedown, and hope that none of your stocks are getting stop hunted. And then once they revert, I say, just get me to the 10 o'clock hour. And once we get to the 10 o'clock hour, I can start to identify the low, that 30-minute low. If it's challenged again, I might not stick around.
And you can say that out of experience, though, too, because I mean, you've probably got out of stocks a lot, probably at the very beginning. Okay, I better get out, and then it reversed on you. And so, out of experience, you said, you know what, I got to let this thing play out a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's the algorithms, and it's always at an obvious level where everybody's putting their stops.
Yes.
So it's like Citadel and those guys just doing their thing. They've got a free look, and they can roll the bowling ball down, knock the pins down.
But it's one of the reasons I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes of it.
Oh, same. Yeah.
I just don't like it at all.
I will never chase something in one direction. Like if I see a big green candle on the open, if I chase that on the open, I'm usually regretting it.
But all right, Steve. Well, it is 5:02, so I'll let you go. I know you got some stuff to do. So again, thanks for spelling me, and we'll see you next week.
See ya. Bye.
Okay, bye. Okay, guys, let me just grab the screen. There we go. and get my music going. The other room. Okay, I'm back in both rooms now. Get rid of my message. All right, guys, back in both rooms. So as I said, my new way of working the races and all, and actually my overall layout is reloading at noon Eastern. Okay, so I'm getting a new look in the races. And hi again, Penny. Yes. So if you're talking to me, Girl Trader, you must be talking to Steve, right? Previous day's lows is your stop. I can't speak for him. All right, so let's see if anything interesting. Now, because I reloaded, okay, I'm also getting a new look of the 10-day daily breakout, a new look at it. Not that, it's probably not going to be ideal, but because I reloaded at 12:01, I'm going to get a new look. And so I'll keep an eye. Gold could be still interesting to me, guys. I mean, gold, I think there is a high right there that has to be taken out about 12.19. What did it get to? It got up to 12.19. So I think I have a price alert just a little bit above that because you can take a look on the monthly chart anyway. This fold still has some room all the way up to about the 350 mark. So 1350 mark. So I'm not saying it's going to get there, even if it takes out 12.19. But I will be interested. I will be interested. And that one, again, at the beginning of the day, that showed up at, I want to say, 11:30, maybe. I don't mean time, but the price around 11:30. And so look at the run it had from 11:30, almost a dollar. So I'm going to encourage you guys to load this scan, okay? They don't repeat. They don't repeat. The 10-day don't repeat. Even this one worked out well. This is on the way down, the breakdown. This one had an alert at about 10, I want to say 10:50, 10:55. Again, because I had to reload, I'm not getting the first time we had that alert. And look at it now, 10:16. So I'm going to have these two up and running, and that is for tomorrow. All right. So you're Net Plus Travel. You're in NXL now. I'm assuming you saw it from our AI. Um, oh, now you got in right now. I hope you got in right now. So the VWAP is at 125. So yeah, if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you just come back down to the alert price of 123, and it's sort of hanging at the VWAP. Yeah, maybe it holds on here. It's a low float, 9 million in the float. There was some news. Trial reveals DIFS increases neural activity, etc. So there was some news for the NXL. So I'll cheer you on. I'm not in this one, but I'll cheer you on. Bank of America just maintained a buy on Fold with a target of 15. Thank you, Penny. All right. Now the NUZE, boy, be interesting to see what this does tomorrow. Okay. I mean, will this be one of these just one day wonders, or will it have any sort of a follow through tomorrow? I think I've missed the boat on that one. The SFS, F, oh, I have a tough time saying that. The SFHG. That was the, see, I can't even type it in correctly. Yeah, that was the IPO from last week, and I think it's broken up. Yeah, so it broke above that 694. Yeah, I mean, I was interested in that break, but I don't know what happened. I kind of got this. I lost my focus on it. That's all I can say because I had my alert set here on the high of the day, and it broke it a little while ago, and I just lost my focus on it for some reason. But I can't chase it now. Now, Net Plus Travel, if you're in this one right now, this NXL still, maybe a little. Now it's starting to fade from the VWAP. And I don't know if you were listening to Steve in our YouTube room, okay? But he's a big proponent. If you look at a 15-minute chart, if you can see my 15-minute chart, he's a big proponent of this 10 SMA, and that 10 SMA is the yellow line on my 15-minute chart. If a stock, I'm not saying you don't have to get out of it, but he's saying what he likes to do if on the 15-minute, if it closes below, the candle closes below the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, he's out. And I noticed that the close was underneath 126, so take that. I don't know if you're listening to Steve in our YouTube room. When I took my break between 12 and 1. All right, you're talking to me, so it would be a good idea to place a stop directly under the 10. Well, you don't know though if it's going to close underneath, right? Remember what he was talking about? He was saying that a lot of people, like, he waits for the actual close below. It can't, like, remember, that's a 15-minute candle. Now NXL, he wouldn't be in this one because of the float is so low. He probably wouldn't that rule. Probably doesn't really want to apply because you can get a very, very long candle. Okay, what are you going to do? Wait for it to close and have it close down at a dollar if you're in at $1.30 and waiting for it to close. So I don't know. I mean, he waits for it to close so the candle can be below that 10 SMA, but it may not close below. So in this particular case, I know it's hard to stay in my chart, but yeah, I can see that it did close. But you can have a situation where the candle is below, and then if you say, well, I better take it out, but then by the end of the 15 minutes, it actually closes above that 10 SMA. So that's what he's waiting for. Okay, but that's why he doesn't. If you were listening to me talking to him in the last couple of minutes, that's why I asked him. On a low float, you can get a very, very wide candle, but he doesn't typically take low float situations because, yeah, I mean, how could you possibly wait for that 15 minutes to keep going down, 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 hoping that it might close above the candle? I could never trade that way. But on the other hand, he doesn't take low floats generally. So usually that is what can happen, of course, with a low float situation. You get some pretty wide candles. You look at it, I know he talked a little bit about iridium. Look at iridium now. Now it's kind of hugging that 10 SMA. Now the same thing holds though. If you get a close above at 10 SMA, if somehow the next 15-minute candle, time is right now 107. So this candle has 8 minutes to close. What if all of a sudden it popped above that 10 SMA and closed above it? Then that would be as a sign for him to go long, as you know, as an example. So, I mean, you could always put a price alert, but again, that 10 SMA, that line is going to be changing. But you could put a price alert at it, at the current, excuse me, the current position, and just see if at least the candle or the well, again, I'm using bars, the bar or the candle goes above it, and then at least you'll know. Now, will it close? We don't know, unless it's very, very close to the end of the candle or the time. So that's what I'll do. Why not just do it? I'll put a price alert around 34.58, okay, which is right now. But remember, it looks like it's starting to descend. And look how it's moving away from it. So he'll be looking at this and probably saying, it's tried several times to get above it or even try to close above it, and it's just not doing it. So he'd be looking at this as probably as a bit of a short. Well, but it's 104 million in the float. Okay, so it's not as it's not going to be as volatile. Doesn't mean you won't get a giant candle, but now, of course, you don't mind if it's underneath. All right, guys. Well, I am kind of done here. I'm not really looking at anything else to do. I'm actually pretty excited now. I'm going to have these two up and running tomorrow. Okay, the breakouts and the breakdowns. Now, again, there will be more in here and more in here, except remember, I reloaded trade ideas right at 12:01. So why are we seeing this one at 11:32? When you reload a scan, you will see the last one. That must have been the last one. Okay. Yeah, he's way more of a swing trader. I mean, he might use that 10, he might use the 15, I think, on an entry, and then he's got to put a stop in somewhere on a daily chart. But yeah, he's way more. Well, he is a swing trader. Now, I'm not trying to talk you out of get. I'm not trying to tell you to get out. Okay, that does, but it just seems to be weakening and weakening right now. But as always, if you took this trade, you must have a stop, right? Where were you going to get out? Well, there's the NUZE now. Man, oh man, oh man. It's only up 484% today. Now, looking left on that weekly chart, the next high is 220. That may stall it. If it doesn't, though, the next high is 243. If that doesn't stall it, the next high, it's fun to play this game. The next high is 363. I'm really interested to see if this can hold its gains today or if it's just going to go fall flat again. Well, guys, 220 is a big level. If you're in this one right now, this NUZE, looking left, 220 is the next high. Well, right at the level, guys, right at that critical level, NUZE, critical. I mean, 220, 220, and then 243. And if it bursts through 243, look out. Then we got three something, 350. 363 is the next high. What did she see? I don't know. I don't have the, I don't have access to the algorithm. Okay, SVSE. I don't really know. I can't tell you why. So I don't have. These are all proprietary. I don't have access to all the filters and everything that she was looking at. Trying to interpret why it looked like, some kind of a. I mean, if you look left, it had a ton of room on the weekly chart. So it looked like, hopefully some kind of a play right off the bat that wanted, see if it could continue. That's all I can see. But look left, it has a ton of room. This is almost the reverse of the staff play, in which the AI said, you know what, we think it's on. But you know what, this was. I'm wondering now. Let me just see something here. Dime. Yeah, no, I can't. It just looked like, okay, it went positive. Okay, it's now down a dime, but at this point, it went positive right around here, and looked like maybe just a pure momentum trade that didn't work. That's all. No, I know. I've got the. I know at 764. I know, but they don't all work. I mean, I would have liked, had I seen this, I would have thought, man, this has got a lot of promise because look at all the room it's got looking left. So it's possible she saw that also. Yeah, so it did get over the 220. So there it is. I'm not in it. NUZE 224. Next high 243 takes out the 243. Then you've got 363. Hard to believe some of these moves, isn't it? This was a 25-cent stock yesterday. So this is your almost your 10 bagger, in less than a day. Look at the volume. I mean, it's insane, the volume. You know what? This could be the record. This could be the record. No. What I was looking for is I wanted to divide the float into the volume, and that's about 60. We've had ones, believe it or not, have traded the float more than 60 times. I think the record is almost 100 that I can remember. Not me, Penny. I mean, well, okay, look, if it took out 243 on a ton of volume, because that is the next high looking left for NUZE, and it all depends on, for instance, if it broke above 243, yeah, I mean, you're looking, I mean, the stock is up 529%. You've got to expect that at some point the rug is going to get pulled. People who have been in this stock for a long time, praying for the day that it could have a little pop. Well, that's more than a little pop, isn't it? But I guarantee a lot of these people at 32, and they would say, well, thank you, I'll sell at 50, 60, 70. But that didn't stop it from moving higher. Well, I don't know how many times it's been halted, but yeah, well, it's been halted many, many times. Well, let's see. It'll be interesting to see where it opens. 113.34, so it'll open at 118.34 if it's a 5 minute halt. So right now, what are we? 117.44. So another minute or so, less than a minute, if this is going to be a 5 minute halt. So what will it, I mean, right now, there's no big clue as to where it's going to open. I refuse to believe it's going to open a penny above. Yeah, see, this really hasn't budged. All right, well, 4 seconds if it's a 5 minute halt. And the answer is yes, it is a 5 minute halt. And it, you know what? It's hanging in there. It's hanging in there. Briefly, let's see if it gets back over that 224 again. Now, typically, I don't do this unless it's after the first halt. It's the first halt, and it moves down below the halt price, and then it gets back up to the halt price. Sometimes I'll take that, but look, so glad I didn't. So glad I didn't, because now it's halted, and it's halted on the way down. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Oh goodness. Okay, guys. Well, look, though. Look, interesting. So this got halted on the way down, and when I was last looking, it was like 185, 190 underneath the halt price. But look at this. So this may not be over. This, again, guys, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers, the blue screen you see here. Mr. William, what are your plans today in terms of keeping the room open, if keeping it open at all? All right, so guys, so William is going to keep the room open, as he says, four-ish. Netflix has earnings after hours. Interesting. And FLX, let's take a look at what the ahead of its earnings after hours. Let's see what it's doing. It's kind of hanging around. I mean, on the weekly chart, but daily chart, it's been dropping a little bit. Excuse me. Nicely done, Shady. I see the fun, the PHUN has worked out well for you. I don't really pay attention to that, Penny. I don't believe it. I mean, maybe on the small ones, perhaps, but I don't usually believe it. They can put these, especially ahead of time, they can put these big bids in and then yank them. So I'm not saying, oh yeah, I mean, that's the game. That's why when people ask, so I say, well, I look at level two. I used to, like everybody else, a long, long time ago. But what I was noticing, there goes, guys. It's now open, 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 open. Let's see if it gets over 220 again. But yeah, you put in these looks like massive on the buy, and you think, all right, there's a huge number of people want to buy. Okay, and then all of a sudden they get yanked. Ugh, this just got halted. Boy, this is a crazy one right now. It just got halted again. You know what? I mean, I might have to really take a hard look at this if it breaks that 240. I don't know if it's going to, but I better put a price alert in that area. Well, it's reliable. It is telling, yes, I mean, it is telling you what's at the moment, but it doesn't mean that they can't yank it, okay, a second later. So as you're looking at it, it could be very reliable. Well, reliable, factual, I guess factual, but it doesn't mean a second later that they can just yank it. Or put a whole bunch at the ask, thinking, oh my gosh, everybody wants to sell. And then they yank that, get some cheap shares, and it pops. I mean, listen, I'm no conspiracy theorist, okay? But I think that's the reason why a lot of us do not look at the. And listen, if you're sitting out there saying that guy's crazy, I look at the bid ask, sorry, at the level two all the time, and it works great for me. Fantastic, keep doing it. Oh, TWG, wow. Oh, where are you, Poe? Okay, here's another one, guys. This game is just under a dollar. Okay, it's just under a dollar. Pretty low float, 26 million. The rallies on. So this is so they're okay. Their official earnings release is on the 13th of November. What they're doing is preconditioning the market. They're basically sort of giving a sneak peek of what they think it's going to be. Okay, so that's why game is up 42%. Now the difference between this one And NUZE is that when you look left for the NUZE, there is really not a lot of resistance. Whereas you look left for the game, there's all this stair stepping up here. So well, this is really interesting again, guys, the fold. So it got up to 1219. It pulled back basically to the 12 level. Probably didn't get that close to the VWAP. Yeah, 1176 is the VWAP. So it didn't get that close. And now it's over 12 again. That's what I need. Sleep disorder drug. There's a gazillion dollar market. Now, I don't know how they'd ever do it. If they can figure out a way in which you could take a pill that is not addictive, like some of these sleep pills that would knock you out in an okay fashion for say 7 hours, but you could wake up if there's a problem, like if your alarm goes off or somebody is screaming at you, because there are, I think, millions and millions upon millions of people that just don't get enough sleep, and I'm one of them. Anyway, AVDL, so a sleep disorder drug. So what is it actually doing? Or is this more sleep apnea and stuff like that, which I don't have, but FDA okay for Lumryz for use in children. It's a narcolepsy drug. You guys remember The Sopranos? And this wasn't his sister going out with some guy who just fell asleep at the dinner table. Narcolepsy. Okay, guys. Now here's a game. Now was that a prescription sleeping pill like Zopiclone or something like that, William? Mhm. Way off topic. I'm sorry, but what is the other one other than Zopiclone? That's the one that I tried in the past. It works. It does work, but you can get kind of messed up. Guys, I'm really watching this. Well, I don't know. Should I take game to a pull? Should Barry take game right now? I just can't bring myself to take it. I mean, I'm just looking left. Look at this high right there, 106. Then you have a high here at 112. You got a high here at 113. You have a high here. 123 would be great if you told me I could take it at 104 and it'll get close to 123. Great. I just have a tough time. Got to stick to my trading plan, my style. And that is looking left. And if I just see a high that's too close to the current price, I just won't do it. It doesn't mean it's not going to take it out, but excuse me. Well, this NUZE, I mean, it is still looking interesting. I mean, yeah, I guess it did get halted on the way down, but look, I mean, 222 is your projected open still. So, you know what, Shady? I'm going to delete that because don't speak for her then, okay? Don't speak for her. I'm sorry. You're right. They're trades, not investments. And I'm sure it was sort of tongue in cheek, but you know what? I don't want you guys to get at each other. Excuse me. You don't have? Why? For news? Penny? Why? There's a projected open. I mean, it doesn't have to stick, of course, but and it just opened. It did just open. Hmm. Not LSD. LSB just got halted for some reason. Lakeshore Biopharma just got halted for some reason. Well, because of volatility. It's probably just yeah. You have to. I want to say it's maybe in the display. Okay, Penny and anybody else, if you're looking for this time, if you're looking for the that column there, maybe you just have to, if you right click on it and just click on the display, I think that might do it. Okay, like I'm sure it will. Okay, neither did I, Penny. I didn't do that at the beginning. It was just that for me anyway was the default. I only I only found this out when somebody like yourself asked the same question. So I thought, well, maybe it's some kind of a column you got to add. But for me anyway, when I downloaded Trade Interactive Brokers many years ago, that was the default. The four windows. The four windows called again. The four windows called again. These? You mean the charts? Oh, they're just charts. I have a 5 minute, a daily, a weekly, and a 15-minute chart. I'm not sharing them. Again, I'm not sharing them for a couple of reasons. One, I'm using a bar chart instead of a traditional candlestick chart. Not everybody wants to do that. And number two, not everybody wants the time frames I've got. So it's up to you really to create your own. I mean, it's simple, right? You just click on new and then chart window. Okay, chart window. And then you can, and then what you do, the easiest thing to do is to, if you have like volume, okay, volume, you're going to want probably in every single chart. What you do is, and if maybe you've got an indicator of some sort that you want in every single chart, then on one chart, just do all that. And then you just have to duplicate the chart over like as many times as you want to get all the different time frames. Because you can just change your time frames. I can make a weekly chart. You just change your time frames. So just duplicate the chart, to get how many you want. Now, if you're a standard subscriber, you have 10 charts. And if you're a premium subscriber, you have access to 20 charts. I can't explain it, Bjorn. I mean, it's just a computer program. Okay, it's a program that kicks in. I can't, I know what you mean. It looks like it shouldn't have been, but it is. I mean, I have no special insight. How often do I use the AI? Well, again, for me, it's a watch list. Okay, so when I get an alert from the AI, it has to meet my trading style and plan and all that. So if it doesn't, I don't take the trade. But for instance, so there's no hard and fast answer to that. Today, I only took. Now, had I had shorts available for staff, I probably would have taken it. Based on what I was seeing, but I did not have shorts available for staff, which was of course the one that did the best, 52%. But I took Iridium. Now I already knew about Iridium before the AI, but this sort of gave me confirmation. Okay, and I actually tried a short of fund, which would have worked a little bit, but I just use it like a watch list. I don't take trade blindly. Okay, Dr. MA. Dr. MA. I haven't seen this one for a while. Wow, there's the NUZE. Now the big level, 270, 270, yeah, 40, 240, right there, guys. 240, no, right there, sorry. 243, big level. I mean, if it gets through that, then look at this. 370. I'm not saying it's going to get to 370, even if it takes out 240. Oh, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Oh no. Okay, wait a minute. I thought it was going to get vaulted. The 250 level, for me anyway, stocks under $5. The 50-cent level can act almost the same way as a whole number for other stocks over five. So you can see it's just trying to get through 250. We see what it got to. It got to 248. Well, that's not the current price right now. It's just dropped. It got up to, well, it broke a little bit above 250, but not much. And that's the, I know I said 242 is the big level, but 250 would be psychologically a big level also. Boy, a real cat and mouse game right now at that 250 for the NUZE. Look at the volume. Remember, oh, you know what? Now we're starting to get closer now to maybe an all-time record. Just need another 100 million shares coming in, and then we'll probably be, in terms of the float, talking about dividing the float into the volume, and that is the float turnover. Guys, I'm still keeping an eye on Fold, okay, to see if it has that kind of late day run. Okay, it's not a low floater, but I like the way it's basing over 12. At one point, it did get up to what, 1220, and it's got the room when you actually, it's got to take out 1219. You can see right there, there's a high in the weekly chart. So if it takes that out, that's where it's stalled. You can see exactly where it's stalled. On the 5-minute chart, it basically stalled at that weekly high. And it's got some of the analysts are putting like $15 price targets on it. And it had some news regarding Teva. Ah, I see what it is. Okay, they settled the patent lawsuit, Teva, with Teva. Not only did they settle it, they entered into an agreement, a licensing agreement. Now that's one way to settle it. Okay, guys, 250 now, 250. Oh no. Guys, I got out of it, okay? I got out of it. And just before the halt, okay? The reason you heard me say, oh no. And the reason I said, oh no, is because the bid it was going 261, 262, 261. And I just knew it was going to, well, I felt for sure it was going to get halted. I don't want to be in this halt. I mean, it may pop, but I did not want to be in the halt. So I was able to get out at, yeah, right around 261. So, and the reason I don't want to be in this halt, I mean, it's been halted several times now, and I just don't want to be in a halt this late. I took it just over that 250 mark. I was talking about that 250 mark. So, made a little bit on it, but so if you have time and sales with Interactive Brokers and you're wondering if a stock is going to get halted, well, and you're in one of these crazy ones, have it up and running. And when you see a stock that is flying, and then all of a sudden you see the bid ask just sort of stuck, and that's what I saw 261, 262. You can almost rest assured it's going to get halted. Not 100% of the time, but almost rest assured. And that's why I went, oh no. So I got out, and I just don't want to be in this halt. I mean, it may listen, it may explode above, but I just didn't want to take the chance. Well, it will be interesting to see where it opens. So 149. So 154 plus 31 seconds. What time is it now? So another 3 minutes or so. Bye bye, drug. MU tagged the 5.8. Okay. No, okay. I don't have the 5.8, but my guess is that if I had the 80 MA, well, it's interesting looking at the cloud here. I think the lower one is the 5. Actually, I am amazed. Not that I want to, but I'm amazed there are a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers for this NUZE 100,000. Not huh. Okay, we have another minute or so before this opens if it's a 5-minute halt. I mean, it actually has the look of something that's going to explode, but Lunar? Lunar has not shown up in any. Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah, nice pop. Yeah, beautiful. It's not showing up in any of my scans because the relative volume is only 0.46, so that's why it's not showing up in any of my scans. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's not good to trade, but that's why I will never see Lunar. All right, 1 second, guys. If it's a 5-minute halt, and okay, so look what happened. It dropped. Look what happened. It dropped. Remember, the hot price was 261, a little bit below. But if it pops through 261 again, it might take off. This is crazy. It's going to get halted again. Nope. See, see, it paused. It paused briefly at the 271, 272. See, this looks like the halt. This looks like the halt right here. It's got to be. It's got to be the halt. There you go. I didn't get in the second time. I did not get in. Like, what the heck is the news in this one? I mean, come on. It's a coffee play. I guess the news is that it's such a low float and it was under $1, and traders around the world just decided to pile into that one because it's not a bio, it's not. I see no news at all. I don't see any news on it, Penny. Not in my IB headlines anyway, unless I can find something earlier. Oh, okay, yes, yes, okay, I saw the news. I see that. So, okay, CEO leaving, and then the company announced. Yeah, I mean, I read this earlier. Okay, it's moving its operations from California to Florida. I guess tax considerations, etc. But I mean, that's your news. But it's a coffee play. I mean, good for them. Good for them. Whoever wrote their press release today should be given a raise. Don't I wouldn't take shares because the shares could collapse. Well, don't thank me yet, John. I mean, this might just absolutely rocket. You know, guys, I'm feeling a little ragged today. That makes sense. So I don't know if you hear it in my throat even. And so I may have to take off at around 2:15 instead of 2:30. FinFET, he's not pumping it. He's not pumping it. Okay. He's he's reacting to. I said I couldn't see any news. Okay, guys, you guys are getting pretty testy. Okay, he was just reacting. I said I couldn't see any news on it, and so he just put the news in there, and I did find it later, but he already put the news in. Oh, he's not pumping it; he's just putting the news in. Yeah, it is a good day for coffee and teas, or ORIS. Not such a good day anymore. Still above the IPO price, but now look at this really dropping. Ooh, I lost sight of it. I've been watching Fold, and you're right though. This Bagar is now on the move again. This is one I had early. Didn't make very much on it. There's a pop. Look at the volume that came in. Okay, yeah, I did see you put a little LOL at the end, Finn. Well, I'm telling you right now, the one I'm really interested in is the Fold. Okay, but it's got to get over 1220. All right. Well, here's MTEM, guys. Now, here's something that is underneath a dollar. I'm gonna have to stop being so biased against these. Just got halted. Yeah, look at this. It's just the complete march up still for the NUZE. All these halts have not really. Yeah, gosh, there are 100,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Well, broken record, but again, looking left, the next high is 360. What 363? Takes that out. Look out, and you've got $8 up here. And halted again now, 299. Yeah, Captain, I do appreciate all that stuff you put in there too. So I mean, basically, what you're saying is that there's one guy owning a lot. Well, William, what about NUZE? I mean, I'm sure you've got shorts available for this one also. NUZE, if they're available, Interactive Brokers, my guess is they're going to be available at E-Trade. Well, three. I mean, it's halted at 299, but this is really not given any sort of a clue, really. I mean, because most of the time when I've seen this column, other than one time when it was halted at I think 204 and you were seeing $1.80, I thought that was it. But then it flashed 220. But you can see right now, I mean, a penny above. That's not. I don't know where it's going to open. Yeah, 87% in that on one person's hand, or certainly the insider. So they definitely retail is not in control. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. One guy owns a lot of shares. Well, it depends though. I don't know how the ownership works. I mean, if you own 87%, you may have to file. I mean, listen, William or Captain might be able to shed more light on that. I don't think I don't think that guy can just dump his shares if he's has 87% of the company just like that. I may be wrong. Don't understand the question, Coach. What is that chart? I don't understand the question. What chart? You talking about this? This is not a chart. It's just from Interactive Brokers, okay? Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. If you're calling that a chart, okay, yeah, it's Interactive Brokers. Time and sales, Interactive Brokers. Well, this is a chart. Okay, you're right. I mean, it's just semantics. I mean, I call this a chart. Now, this JDZG, I mean, could do something silly also. I mean, a couple of days ago, it did get up to $1.76. Weeks ago, it got up even higher. It got up to 15, I think even higher. No, I'm wrong. Got up to 15. Low float, China. Look where it could open. $1.40. Oh, man. Wow. So MTEM got halted at 87 and it popped. Wow. It popped over a dollar. Now look at this one. $1.09 potential open. Yeah. Well, the next high is about $1.50 on the weekly chart. And there we go, guys. 325. Now, as crazy as I mean, look how crazy this is. I reloaded this, okay? Well, this is where you had an alert for news, NUZE, 1212 Eastern Time at $2. And again, the reason why it didn't show up earlier is because my minimum in this scan is $2. Well, there it is, 325. Now, I'm not saying it would have been easy, to hold on, but there it is. So I cannot wait for tomorrow to see what happens with that scan. So if you want that scan, guys, just go to my homepage. In fact, 207, I don't think I went over my homepage in the afternoon, so I'll do it one last time and the information you can find. Sorry, guys, on it. Yeah, I might have to put myself on mute after this. All right, so on my homepage, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So that always at the top. You want to join all the fun, have your own version of Trade Ideas. There you go. Barry 15. That'll give you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And again, if you're going to take out a subscription at any time in the future, please use my code, okay? That'll help to keep the room free. That simple. Here's the getting started 10 short videos to get you going. Trading 101 if you're new to trading. This is Whole series of free videos for you if you're new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for here. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. And if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your excuse me, check your promotions folder. And here are my scans, guys. Okay, so this is the one. These are the two I'm talking. Well, especially this one. This is what I'm talking about right now. The 10-day daily breakout. Now you have your choice: the 10-day daily breakout or the 10-day daily break, the don't repeat version. So again, there were more. Remember, I did a reloaded trade ideas at noon. So that's why we're not seeing any of the early ones today. But this is the don't repeat version. Okay, so that means you're only going to see the stock one time. In the repeating version, every time a stock would make a high, you would see it here. So it's up to you which one you want. I happen to like the don't repeat because I can go back in time and say, okay, what happened from there? Sometimes what I do is I put them side by side. I have the repeating version and the don't repeat side by side. But it's completely up to you. So there's the 10-day daily breakout, which is the repeating version, don't repeat, and then the breakdown. And there were more, but this was awesome. I mean, this was PAL. I think the alert was around 1050 or so, and I think it's around 10 now. Awesome. I mean, a nice move down to 10, and there were some other ones in here. I can't remember what they were. So that's the breakdown, and then you have the repeating version. Okay. So I am going to be concentrating on those tomorrow. Good. Look at the SPY, guys. Just notice the SPY now doing its thing. SPY's up just a little. Dow is up. Nas is up. Not much. So you see what's happening, guys. I mean, there's no reason for this one to. I don't care what the news is, but what's happening, in my opinion, anyway, is that people who have missed out on some of these other ones, they're chomping at the bit to find another one. Okay, and that's what's happening, in my opinion. Coming across scanners, we're not the only scanner in the world. We're the best one, but not the only one. And that's what's happening, in my opinion. Don't talk about the size so much, Shaw. Okay, it's not so much. It's not. It's how much I'm willing to risk. It's not the amount. You're, now NUZE. It's all about the risk, not the share. So when you say 4K, 5K, you're talking about shares, number of shares. It's not that. It's how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. Risk in terms of dollar amount. I don't have, so if I were willing to risk $100 on a trade and my stop was 10 cents away, based on not just, I want all my stops 10 cents away, then I could take 1,000 shares. If I lose, 1,000 times that 10 cents equals $100. Okay. All depends on how much you're willing to risk for trade. Same, 326. Now that got halted on the way down, didn't it? That got halted on the way down, but okay, guys, 212. I might have to put myself on mute, okay? If you have a question, I'll hop back on, but I have no idea how to tell if it's a hidden buyer or seller. No idea. Somebody else might be able to shed some light, but I have no idea. So I don't really pay attention to it. No, but I don't pay. You can show me, you can show me that, but I have no idea. And somebody else might want to analyze that, but I have no idea how to tell if it's a true buyer or hidden or whatever. Exactly, Shaw. Exactly. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. Well, William, thanks for posting that one on Citron and Geo. That's their opinion, of course. $45 a share when they used to only be exclusively short sellers. So Citron still has the power to move the market, I guess, especially on the on the long side anyway. So Givo, so I know you asked earlier, I don't know if it was a pre-market, all about fish, about Givo. Is there any hope? Well, I mean, it doesn't look good. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's still up 15%, 16%, but it really hasn't, it's rallied a little bit, but not much. So, I mean, I can't tell you if there's any hope. It's a big float. I mean, it had the good news, but it's a big float. Okay. If it were a lot lower float, this would have obviously soared a lot more, but it's a big float. So I can't tell you if it's going to move. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to head out now. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, for those of you who are still in YouTube, I will put the link so you can get into the main room if you want. That room will be open until around 4 o'clock, 4-ish, probably a little after if William wants to wait for Netflix to open or to release earnings. So on my homepage, this is for people in YouTube, okay? People in YouTube. So if you click on my homepage link, so if you click on my homepage link, all you have to do is look up and you'll see what's called right in between education and about is the trading room. So click on the trading room and that'll get you in. Look at this stupid JDZG. Okay. So right here, if you click on link right there, the trading room. Okay. And that room will be open until 4-ish. So, Captain, when can a guy who owns, say, 87% of the float or whatever, when can he actually sell? Do they not have to file something before they can actually sell? Or am I completely wrong? Or can they sell a certain percent without having to file anything? I don't know market mechanics very well at all. To be honest, mainly because I've had no interest in that. But I don't know. Maybe does anybody know the answer to that? But if a guy just bought a whole bunch yesterday and the stock goes up, 4,000%, can he just sell today? Yes, I know that. I understand the one. Yeah, thank you. I didn't think so, William. Yeah, I know they can have plans to sell in advance. I do know that. I just didn't think that somebody who owns, say, over 10% can just, dump all his shares without filing. Well, I have to assume that somebody who owns a whack of the stock is, well, maybe not an officer, but he's got to be, or I thought over 10%, even if it's not an officer. Even if they buy over 10% of the float, Captain, and they own 87% of the company, they could just sell anytime. Boy, I'm loving this fold, guys. I'm just waiting to see if this fold has a late day surge. I love the way it's holding over 12. It's got to take out 12.20. My guess, we're going to see TVGN tomorrow on the list of most down for the day at the beginning. I mean, it's still up 45%, but depends where it closes today. And then tomorrow we might wake up and, my pre-market actives down will show a lot of these high flyers, high flying one day, fading the next. No, I missed out on the fold. I missed out. I had it showed up a lot earlier on this. Okay, around 12:30. The price. I'm sorry, the 11:30. But I had just launched it and I wasn't paying as much attention to it. And now tomorrow I'm going to pay a lot of attention to this 10-day daily breakout. The reason I'm interested now is because of the way it's basing very nicely, and it might have that late dayer. And when you look left, if it can take out 12.20, I think I saw 15. I think no, not quite. So 1366 is the next high. So if it can take out 12.20. And then there are some analysts putting some pretty big price targets. Bank of America, from well, I don't know. Well, at least Bank of America. I don't know if there are any others putting a $15 price target on it, so that can't hurt. And they settled a lawsuit with Tiva, and they're actually doing a deal with Tiva now. Yeah, every now and then, Mike. Yeah, absolutely. I bring them. I get tired of some of them, and then I bring them back. So This the 10-day daily breakout will work a lot better when we're in earnings season, because all of a sudden, you get a lot of companies that are releasing earnings and you get them breaking out over 10 days. Linksess, who were you in YouTube? I'm going to assume you might have been a female, but I may be wrong. I was going to say you were Penny. I was going to say you probably are Penny. Well, Penny, goodbye. I'm leaving now. Okay, guys. So in our YouTube room, I'll shut you guys down now. Okay. So we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock. So I have to shut you guys down.